Okay, Doug asked me what we was going to get into tonight, and I said I'd let him pick the subject. So you want to drop it on me?
Ecclesiastes.
Oh, Ecclesiastes. He's a nice guy. I liked him. They called him the preacher, I think.
This was a conversation over the telephone between these two here takes in Ecclesiastes.
Well, that's good. I like that. They have conversations that way. Well, that's good. I thought for starters tonight, and we'll try to work on it, it was Bill, I believe, I saw said demystifying mysteries or something. And I tell him I see a lot of unidentified walking objects around. I don't know who they are. I just see them. So as long as I don't know, they're unidentified. So we'll talk about something that everybody works at and a lot of people make a mystery about. If I can get out of these wires. Marcy, did you ever hear of cordless microphones?
Yes, we have heard of them, and they're wonderful. I don't know why we don't have one.
I don't either, because I got to carry all this crud around in my pocket. So, they're what?
Expensive.
The one I have didn't cost any more than the one I have that's got cord on it. No. I got a big amplifier, and you set it off up there somewhere, and it's got a little microphone or a little antenna on it, and the microphone, you can carry it around and do anything you want to with it. You don't have all those wires hanging. Old men stumble, without anything, and then if you got wires under their feet. Okay, good. So we'll put mentalism on one side, and we'll put spiritual on the other side. That ought to have something to say for a little while. So, we'll take mentalism first. Now, first off, let me state one thing. I only talk about things. I'm not in favor of anything or opposed to anything. In fact, mentalism comes in very handy every now and then. And the more we know about it, the better it is. And we know when we want to use it or when we want to use something else. Mentalism is the ability to use the mind to gain the things one wants. So, we all want pleasure and comfort, and we want a little attention. Some people want more than a little. And we sometimes want a little approval, if we can get it, and we're entitled to it anyway. And we want to feel pretty important or needed. Especially we want to feel needed until somebody starts needing us pretty bad, then we find out it wasn't such a hot deal in the first place. But sounds good until it happens. Did you ever be needed?
Oh, yeah.
And how'd you like it?
Well, I like it for a while.
It sounds good for a while, and then it wears out, doesn't it? So when we use mental power, of which there is a jillion different ways of doing it, we can gain pleasure and comfort, attention, approval, importance. And of course, if one way to gain attention is to have a lot of money or things and so forth, and if we work on it, we can get those. We have to think positive, and we can repeat the same idea over and over and over until it gets kind of embedded in the brain, gets caught in there, and we can then accomplish a great number of things. It only has a little kick to it that we have to pay for it some way or other. There's nothing in this world comes free. Last time I counted up on it, we have a little sign around the place that says there's no such thing as a free lunch. And that's pretty accurate. So sometimes a person thinks that they can have many things by using mental powers, and you can, but you don't always know what the payoff's going to be. I had a very good friend that I've known many years. This was quite a long time ago. They built a house in their head. man and his wife, they agreed on it perfectly. They built this house in their head. They had it described to the nth degree, had beams in the ceiling, had a vaulted ceilings, and the material it was made out of, and the kind of ground it was on. And they had it in great detail, and they carried this around. This was mental exercise, and they kept it going. He was at that time just out of school, a professional man, and he wasn't making a lot of money in those days. They didn't have subsidies, so he was kind of struggling to get along. Their oldest son got run over by an automobile, and they got a settlement that easily bought the house. No sweat, no bother. Now, they hadn't put that in, but you see, there's always this balance comes out. I could report hundreds and hundreds of similar situations if I wanted to go into it. Not all of them quite as drastic as that, but always there is a price to come out and pay for things. So if we want to use mentalism, it is an easy thing to do. Oh, it takes effort. You got to keep reminded what you're going to do, and you can't slip off and get, woe is poor me, and play victim role and so forth. You got to play the positive up all the time, which is pretty good, as long as you're not trying to get something. Now, spiritual activity is something entirely different. Spiritual activity is based upon having consciousness. More consciousness you have, then the more accurately you're reporting and the more instantaneously. And in order to be spiritual, number one, all this has to go, the desire for it. So what? Spiritual is a matter of, shall we say, giving up all the things that people think is the essential. We call them the 4 dual-basic urges: to gain pleasure and gain attention, gain approval, and gain importance, and escape pain, and escape being ignored or rejected, and then escape all these other things. Sometimes those feels like the whole world fell apart. If I've been rejected a little bit, that passes for great love. I've noticed a lot. Did you ever notice that? If you've been rejected, you feel so desperately in love. And I tell all these little girls that wants their man to be very attentive and everything, I said, reject him. Oh, he'll leave. I said, try it and see. You can't get rid of him. All you got to do is reject him, and man, they're on hands right now. So if you sacrifice or give those up, surrender, I'm happy with whatever I have. If I'm rejected, fine. If I'm cared for, that's fine. If I'm ignored, that's fine. If I have a little pain every now and then, so what? Who cares? I've found that spiritual people have a little pain. I've had people that work in the mentalism talk about that if you were, they call that being spiritual sometimes. If you're spiritual, you should never have any discomfort. You should never have any difficulties in your life. Everything should be gobs of abundance and what have you. And I asked them if they ever heard about what happened to the Christ. You know, he got nailed to a tree. Not such a pleasant occupation. I said, did you ever hear John the Baptist? He got his head chopped off. Please the dancing girl. So you're liable to run into a whole bunch of things that's uncomfortable, but so what? You know, everything in this world just comes to pass anyway. You know, it's one of the favorite starts of a lot of verses. And Holy Writ in a number of places says, and it came to pass. That's why it came to pass. So why get so all agitated about things not being exactly like I want them? Now, they're not going to be the 4 dual-basic urges all your time. So we surrender and say, all right, I'm very happy to be alive. I don't know if that's great shakes, but I've talked to people who didn't want to be alive. But I happen to like it around here. I'm better acquainted here than anywhere I could think of. So I want to stay around, and I enjoy it, and all right, I have a little discomfort, and let's face it, I guess I'm older than I was 10 years ago. Are you? You older? Well, so what? You older, Marcy? So what? Somebody said, don't you dread getting old? And I said, not near as bad as the alternative. So You know, if you want to get old, it's easy. You don't just have the alternative. You not be around. So in surrender, you are giving up. You are paying the price already. You surrendered. I don't have to have all this stuff over here. So you've paid the price, and you've paid your dues, so to speak. You have surrendered your urge to be non-disturbed. Now, if most people stop to look, everything you work at is to be non-disturbed to a great degree. Is that correct? That's what you're working on, be non-disturbed. If I wanted to be non-disturbed, I tell people I'll save my money for a few weeks, buy me a lot of morphine, and head to the hills. You can stay non-disturbed. That's relative now. You won't live too long, but so what? That's non-disturbance too. The ultimate non-disturbance looks like it's not being around, not having a body around. Their bodies are prone to being disturbed, I've noticed. So the price has been paid when you surrendered. Now as you work at surrender and you are staying awake and you are acting a certain role to do this and you do another one or very much opposed to it, you build more and more consciousness awareness. So consciousness is the only essential to be spiritual. You know, we're already spiritual, only we don't use it. We use mentalism for our everyday running. If there wasn't any spirit here, I wouldn't be standing up. Do you ever see a body without spirit in it? They won't stand up. They fall like that. Boom. Did you ever see a blade of grass that didn't have spirit in it? You can tell the difference between it and one that's alive. Is that right? A blade of grass, a plant, or a tree, or a calf, or anything else. See, spirit is life. You can read that in Scripture if you want to. Spirit is life. But now, spirit is here whether you use mentalism or whether you're letting the spirit run things a little bit. Now, when you have consciousness, then spirit is receiving true information moment by moment. Now, it has this function of awareness function that we all call, which is a function, not a thing. You can't catch it anywhere. It's a function. And if you're not very conscious or not very aware, you turn in a lot of what we call from not eyes. You know, those little things that says the whole purpose of living is to be non-disturbed. And the way to get it is to be complaining, sticking up for my rights and blaming. And the other side, of course, is, well, if we please everybody whether we want to or not, and we believed and do everything that some authority told us, and we improved ourselves, then we could get along fine. It's the only thing that's a big conflict. If I want to please you, but I'd rather be having my way, and I go ahead and please you, I'll feel sorry for myself because I don't ever get to do what I want to do. I just have to do what you want to do all the time. Or I could put it on the other side and I stick up for my rights, and then I feel guilty because I was told you ought to be nice to all these people all the time. So you flip and flop, and here we go. So we stay in a state of conflict. Now, when we're reporting from conflict, we never report anything really accurately. We reportedly half-heartedly, shall we say. Did you ever talk to somebody that said, well, I want a good business and I want to have a good steady income, but I don't want to be tied down? Try to work and have a good business and not be hooked to it a little bit. Is that right? You have to stay on the job, huh? You better stay there. Now, if you want to go flitting around all over, does the business go real good? So then you see we're reporting half-heartedly to spirit. I want to have a good business, but that canceled that out. I want to be flitting around. You know, when you put but in something, you canceled everything that went before it. I love you, but I wish you'd quit that talking all the time. You see, I canceled that. I just said that I love you bit because it sounded good, and then I canceled it by putting but after it, which says I don't like you because you talk all the time, or whatever the case may be. So here is where there is no true reporting, and so therefore that is not a spiritual person. Over here in mentalism, you never think of all those. You only think, what do I want? I want a new house, so I will visualize it, I will think on it, I will positive, I will affirm on it, and I'll have that new house one of these days. And you will. I agree with that, 100%. But you will pay for it. And you pay for it with something that you probably didn't want to pay with. Where if you surrender, you've already paid now. You've paid all this self-interest, all this total involvement with the not-I's to do exactly what they want to do, only they can't make up their mind because you got two sets of them and they're diametrically opposed to each other. So we say we report half-heartedly. We think we're doing it full tilt, you know. We're really planning it out and we're thinking it over and we're doing the whole bit and everything. But the point is we're only reporting half-heartedly. Now, real spiritual power is the ability to do things that changes things in the world, not for you or not necessarily here, but for the well-being of all sorts of things. You surrendered your own little, I want this and I want that and I want the other thing. We all got a zillion wants. You know, our wants looks like an old-fashioned Sears Roebuck catalog. It's full from front to back.
You said that one more time. Real spiritual power is to be able to do things that...
Yeah, I'm going to talk about it a little bit. Yeah, take a lot of things all over. Spiritual power changes the world, okay? Spirituality is being able to influence the course of history to a great extent, okay? Is that far enough, Richie? Susan? Is that all right?
Yes.
In other words, if there is a whole bunch of things about to come to pass, you know, if you look at it and from not wanting to have your way or something, you might see that there is a bunch of events going together that's going to lead up to very serious situation like a war or somebody dropping an atom bomb or something. The person who's spiritual and has given up all this over here can change the course of that. And we'll know about it. So, true healing, not suggestive therapeutics. Suggestive therapeutics comes under this line. True healing comes from over here. The person with spiritual power can influence somebody across the United States or the other side of the world or in Europe from here or wherever you want to go. It closes up time and distance. Not to get attention and approval as to what a wonderful healer, because probably nobody will ever know he did it. He or she, nobody will probably ever know they did it. So there's no way they're working to have attention and approval and all these. The physician wants to have credit for his work when it works out fairly well. When it dies, it's said the Lord did it. But didn't work so well that time, you know. Something else gets something else gets the blame, but I get the credit. That's the way it works. The person who has spiritual power, probably nobody knows. And certainly if you read about things, if somebody was healed and the person who did know somebody was there, a conscious person, he said, don't tell anybody. Keep your mouth shut and don't go out and rattling it off down the street, because that only makes sensationalism and so forth. But now the person who uses mentalism wants everybody to know about it, because, man, look what I did here and what I did over there, and I got this and healed and I did that and so forth. So mentalism is not wrong, bad, improper. It is only that it is not the source of removal of what is called difficulties in the world. Real difficulties is removed by an increase in consciousness, period, which then reports accurately to Spirit, and the Spirit does all the work. You and I have no ability to put an ant's leg back on, make it stick. Maybe somebody does, but I sure wouldn't know how to do it. and I wouldn't know how to revive a blade of grass. I don't know how to take a ham sandwich and change it into human flesh and blood and human energy. Do you? Do you? I don't know if anybody does. Doug, you scientist, do you know how to do it? Nope. No way. But Spirit does. Now, we report fairly accurately when we eat the ham sandwich. We taste it and so forth, and we report accurately because we're relatively conscious we're doing it. Some people can eat and don't even know they've been eaten. And I'm not talking about their dinghy or anything of the sort. They're just involved in something else at that moment. Those people wind up with their digestive system not working at all. It sometimes takes a little while because we are pretty well put together. We'll last a long time if we don't destroy it. But we destroy it by what? By struggling to have our way. And when we don't have our way, we feel like we're a victim. And this is an unconscious role that many people play, is the victim role. Now, I said they play it, and they don't know they're playing it, but they got cast in the role, and it seemed easy, and so you go along with it. I've worked with people for now more years than I care to repeat, because that might tell you how old I was getting to be. But 99% of them thought they were a victim. They played the role to the hilt. They were a victim of this and a victim of that, and no matter what, you tried to say, well, you're not a victim, you can change it. And they get very, very upset. There's anything people don't want to be told they're not a victim. Now, the easiest thing in the world is to get people to believe they're a victim. They already believe it, and all you got to do is reinforce it. If you want power over people, I'll give you the formula. You want to have power over other people so they'll do what you want them to do, and etc., and follow you anywhere and everywhere. Did you like that? Not anymore. Well, I'm offering the formula here if you want it.
I know the formula.
You complain for them, stick up for their rights, and blame for them, and they'll believe anything and everything you say. Complain for them, blame for them, stick up for their rights, and they'll follow you anywhere and do anything you say. You've agreed that you are a victim, and that's the only way, other than physical violence, I know to be harmful to anybody. That is being harmful. You know, a lot of people say, well, they don't want to harm anybody. Well, as long as you don't commit physical violence, hit somebody in the head with a hammer or shoot him or knife him or something like that, or don't. And it's more dangerous to them to complain for them, stick up for their rights, and blame for them it is to hit him with a sledgehammer. You know what I'm saying? You only break a bone, it'll grow back together. But if you use that one, you have paralyzed the individual to where that person can't do anything. You know, as long as you blame somebody or something for the situation you're in, that's a bar of ever doing anything about it. You can't do anything because whoever and whatever you're blaming has to change first, and it won't do it. It's going to be there because it's in your head only. That something out there is to blame. So if you want to be a victim, you may play that role. It's I think it should have a bigger warning sign on it than a pack of cigarettes has. It's much more harmful to your state of health. The Surgeon General didn't say that. Bob said it. The point is, it's very dangerous to one's health to be in that state. Now, when we're doing that, that is thinking positive what? That's using mentalism, saying what? The world's going to Hades with its back broke, and I'm worse off than it is. Right there? That is keeping it going, and that using mentalism to destroy yourself in no uncertain terms. Because you are reporting that, you're dreaming it, you're standing on it, you're consistent in it, it's there day in, you've got a picture of it, you're going downhill, right? Now, I see lots of people that are in various states of well-being, or lack thereof, whichever way you want to say it. And the ones that have it very severely, if you can get them to cease being a victim, they're well on their way to being quite all right. But if they're a victim, you're wasting your time. I've sold lots of things in my lifetime and usually earned my living selling something. The hardest thing to sell in the world is to sell somebody on not being a victim. They hold on to that. There's great sales resistance to it. You can just barely get it sold, and usually don't. You can push, you can lean, you can sell a farm, you can sell a ranch, you can sell a business building, you can sell a refrigerator to Eskimos a lot easier than you can sell on giving up your victimhood. But if anybody cares to look at it, they're not a victim of anything except their own state of being. Now, I'm obviously somewhat prejudiced towards this side. I'm not prejudiced against this, and I know the use of it, and I also know that it's misused as much as anything in the world can be. If you can use it for your advantage, you can unknowingly be using it to your disadvantage. So the first thing off is to have a little carrying with oneself to do a surrender. I surrender to not find it necessary for me to have the 4 dual basic urges at all times. And I don't have to use and let the not-I talk to me to tell me that I have every right to complain. I have every right to stick up for my right. Certainly these people are to blame, or this situation is to blame, or the government is to blame, or some other government is to blame, or whatever. And neither do I have to feel that I've got to kowtow and please everybody that comes along. I don't have to listen to any authority. I listen to officials. They cost you money if you don't. Or they put you in jail or all sorts of things. So listen to officials, but authorities are people who stands up and says, I know, and you don't. And you should not. You don't need an authority. You need to look for yourself. So you don't have to believe and do as you're told by authority. And certainly you can't improve yourself. What would you do to improve yourself? Put another head on? Get 2 of them? You look funny. Would you put another arm? Where would you put the thing? Man is wonderfully designed, so how are you going to improve on him, So you don't have to improve yourself. You don't find fault with yourself. You don't go around trying to make yourself over into something that somebody set up a standard, and one of those people, authorities, You know what an authority is? That's somebody who wrote something. That's an authority. And if it's been thought of by anybody, it's been written by somebody. I don't care what it is. So every now and then I pick up 4 books just for funnies at the store, and I read them. I don't read them like one page, one line by line. I just read them to see if there's an idea in there. And usually there's 1 or 2 ideas in a thick book. Thin books only have 1. And when you read 4 books, 2 of them is on one side of the issue and the other 2 are on the other side. Just check them out and see. One is saying this is true and another one is saying something just about diametrically is true. There's a bunch of television shows these days that only have controversy. If there's no controversy, and they're really dragging the bottom, if you really want to look, they're dragging the bottom of the barrel. One of the big controversies going around, I've seen at least 6 or 7 programs on and read several articles, is whether it is permissible, not permissible, but desirable to take old films and run them through and put color on the videotape. Doesn't hurt the old film. They've used every kind of weird statement like putting mustaches on the Mona Lisa. And they really carry on. And then somebody else says, well, it looks one. One says old Turner's going to get rich on this stuff, as though that's the crime. I don't care if he gets rich. He paid $1 billion for the old film. Why shouldn't he make $1 or $2? But if I don't want to look at it in color, nobody tells me I got to. The old one's still available, the old film. It's still available. If I don't like it in color, there's a little button on the TV. You can turn it like that and take color off anything. Makes them all black and white. It's no sweat. But that's a controversy. Look, there's been hundreds of hours of television, and there's been columns after columns written. Now, I call that really scraping the bottom to make a controversy. And then, of course, we have controversy as to whether help should be given to the countries in Central America or whether it should be banned. And the other day they got a biggie going on about some hostage coming home or something. I don't know what it was really, but you've got Ted Koppel on every night giving you a controversy. You've got the McNeil Lair report every night with a controversy. No conclusion is ever reached, obviously, because there isn't one. I don't like it, you like it. If I don't like you, you couldn't do anything to please me. You know, that's the way it is. So they have these, and this is supposed to be intellectual information these days. All sides of the story. Well, who cares? I got my viewpoint. I got the other. What difference does it make? That's the main thing, is it's so unimportant. If somebody sells a color videotape or rents it, and somebody wants it in black and white, you go get the black and white, and the other guy gets the colored one, so what? I can't see any big hassle that that's got to do with anything. But look at all the time it's spent upon it. Huh? Just trying to say something? You can butt in anywheres in here, you know. If you got something to say it before you forget it. I won't lose my place because I don't have one. So here's we go with these things where there's contention going on all the time, which makes everybody feel pretty good. Now, if you can get everybody divided, you've got everybody complaining, you got everybody sticking up for their rights, and I think there's an old saying, united we stand and divided we fall, and that's not too haywire. And if you want to get divided, go right ahead and join up one of those sides. I'd rather not bother with them. They could care less. But I do get amused. I find it better than comedy stories. It's better than Joan Rivers. So you can go along with these. Now, over here is what most of the world is working with these days. You know, things spiritual is kind of out of fashion these days. Mentalism is very in, but spiritual things are out of fashion. A few of us are interested in it. We're considered fringes, you know. We're really not scientific. We're not in there pitching. However, I work with some scientists that have excellent renown as being scientists, and they're very interested in developing consciousness. They haven't come up with all the ways to do it, and every once in a while we slip them a little one as to how consciousness can be developed. Now, let me give you just a little inkling of how consciousness developed. I'm not going to lay it all out. I don't think it would be real sensible. But if you deliberately play a role, consciously play a role. Now, if you took off one role and say you're going to be a good little girl from now on, well, you play that role for a while and you go to sleep in it, because now then it becomes habitual, like pounding the keys on a typewriter or driving an automobile or everything. You can talk about something else, you can think about everything, and understand you go do it. So to do a role consciously, it can't be too long at a time. When you first start, probably 10 minutes. Maybe after you've practiced quite a while, you might be able to do it for an hour. And if you've been at it for years, you might do it for a whole day. Maybe a week, but it can't be too long. Even for the ones that's been practiced forever, they'll go to sleep and it becomes habitual. So to develop real consciousness, the developmental game is to play a role, and then play a diametrically opposing role about 10 minutes later. That'll be for starters. We'll take 10 minutes at a time. Okay? Now, we're not talking about being vicious, even though the real teachers of this, which has been going on for hundreds of years, thousands of years, or even millennium probably, or which are 10,000 years at a time. It's been going on. They have exaggerated it so that people had a chance to catch it on. They wasn't about to tell you what it was, but they exaggerated. So here was an old guy or an old lady who was very saintly for today. We'll say the whole day. It doesn't matter. Maybe they've been at it for years, so they can do it a day or a week. But sometimes every 30 minutes. So for 30 minutes, they were very saintly. The next 30 minutes, they were screaming banshees. I can't get much further apart than that. But these people had power, spiritual power. They could change the course of events. They could heal people at distances. They could do all sorts of things. They might be proverbial poor as a church mouse. It didn't make any difference. But they got along all right. Nobody had to go around and feed them. They got there some way or other. But they were called the crazy saint, the crazed saint. But what they were doing was making a demonstration. Now, maybe one sat quietly for hours at a time and said nothing to nobody, and then they told jokes for the next hour. Or they might have all their students sitting and on very serious, deep subjects, philosophical foo-foo for hours and hours on end. Then they told them wild stories, jokes. They were a jokester for the next equivalent length of time. So they were trying to demonstrate that here you play roles. Now, in history, we can look at it a little bit, that after the last ice ages, we don't know what went on before that. Every now and then somebody digs up a city and said there was some folks around here before, but they were savages, you might say. They only gathered and hunted and fished. Mostly hunted and gathered. Well, if you gather as a hunter, because he's hunting wild grain growing out here, wild fruit or wild berries or what have you, right? And he gathered, and then he hunted animals to eat. So they lived on hunting. And Northern Road. Now, somewhere along the road, some lazy guy got tired of running after the buffalo herd or whatever it was, and he planted a crop. He took some of the seed they'd gathered up and planted a little bit. He was the first farmer after the Ice Age, okay? So now he began to do two things. He began to hunt still, but he also raised things. He sowed and harvested. Now then he got a little brighter, you might say. He became more conscious. And now then we had, it's called evolution, I believe. Is that right? Or something like that. He evolved a little bit. Now then, as the more he kept on doing these different things over here. Now finally somebody raised crops, but they also whittled out little tools somewhere or other. So he manufactured and hunted. And it kept going these, and that today we have a highly technological society, very advanced technologically, because they begin to act out opposing roles. Now then, most nations have gotten to a certain place and then went downhill. Now, suppose that today we only got to be the technology, and that was the only role that was played. You know what's going to happen? Unless somebody can get out there and plant a few seeds to get them back to farming or do hunting or whatever it is again, unless somebody's conscious enough to see what's going, it will go downhill. Because now they got in a rut, and they're only doing one thing. They're not playing this. Now, there's some simple things we can do that without having the neighbors too upset. You don't want to be a crazy saint. I don't want to be saintly nor crazy either. So you could be a giver and a receiver. You could play 20 minutes of being a receiver, and you could play 20 minutes of being a giver. Now, most of us do a little bit of time. We do a little buying in a certain time, then we do a little selling. Sometimes we better sell first, then we can buy. But whichever one, you got to cross those two. Is that right? So a buyer and a seller is playing a different role, isn't it? So you're acting out two different roles. Now, I know people who are only buyers, and they usually go downhill after a while. They don't take too long till they're degenerate. I know people who do very little buying. They send somebody else to do the buying. They're only interested in selling, and they go down the hill very rapidly. So both of these. I can be caring and I can be careless. Now, that wouldn't upset the neighbors too bad, would it? Nobody noticed it anyway, because they really won't notice you're playing a role. The point is that you're playing a role, that you consciously play the role for a few minutes one way, then you turn around and play what to you is about as diametrically opposed. Now, we're not talking about doing the drastic bits that these great saints did. We don't want to be the guy that heals somebody out in front of the church and goes inside and grabs up a bunch of ropes and makes a whip out of them and beats the people over and turns their tables over and throws their money away. We'll get put in jail for that today, I think. But nevertheless, you can see how that happens. Now, the person who did that was a teacher in making a point. Very decidedly. Played the difference between the role of being the healer to some poor soul and said, don't go talk about it, and then walked inside and kicked the money changers' tables over and beat them up and called them dirty names and run them out of the place. Now, that's getting close to the crazed saint role, see. We don't want to play that. But you can see where it was a demonstration of what I'm talking about. It's been going on. If you read enough kind of books and certain things, you can read history after history where this has been done. Now, those were dramatic people trying to get across a dramatic lesson. If you read the Old Testament, you'll find where God played the role, as listed in that book, being a jealous, revengeful God, and then he was a loving God, and bring them all in. I'll take care of you kids from now on, and I'm sorry I swept you all away in a flood. Now then, we'll get it back. Well, no, you tick me off again, I'll drop fire and brimstone on you, and then a little bit later. So again, these stories are great stories trying to illustrate a fundamental point, that the way you increase consciousness is to play diametrically opposing roles. Now, don't go to any extreme like those people. You know, as long as somebody wants to do extremes, that's better written about or done by people who's not in our category. In our category, I can be a complainer for 30 minutes or 10 minutes, and I can be a praiser for the next 10. That won't get you in any trouble because everybody's doing that anyway. I can go in a restaurant and tell everybody how wonderful the food is and leave a nice big tip, and then the next time I walk in or a few minutes later tell them that they come up, with this nice little trite saying they don't mean it all is, well, how was everything? I'd say, well, I'd rather you hadn't asked. And give them a few shots of that for a minute. That'll keep you awake, And you didn't have to do anything outrageous or anything. And then when you leave, you leave a nice tip and tell the waitress what a wonderful lady she is and so forth and go on your way. You're not doing anything for her one way or the other. That's in her day's work. But to you, it is developing tremendous consciousness. You are increasing your consciousness moment by moment because you are consciously having to be aware of what role you're playing. Now, most of us go through the day and we're not real aware that we played a role even. We don't think that we played roles at all. But when you stop and think, what else can a human being do? You don't have one iota of anything like an animal. Animals don't have to play a role unless they're too domesticated. An animal in its wild doesn't play a role. It just goes lumping along, doing whatever instincts that in. But a dog is a smeller, and a cat's a pouncer, and a kangaroo's a hopper, and so on down the line. What do you have? It's nothing. We don't have anything. Truthfully. Every animal out succeeds us in one splink or another. But we are a thinking apparatus, supposedly, and we can play a role. Now, that's all you can do. You can play the role what, you're just a human being and all you can do. Now, I enjoy cooking once in a while. I played that role. But that doesn't make me a cook. I'm a human being that can play the role of cooking. I like to write something once in a while, and that doesn't make me a writer. I am a human being that writes an article now and then. I'm not a public speaker. I'm a human being that now and then gives a talk if I can find somebody to sit still for a few minutes while I do it. So you could go on and on and on no matter what. I'm not a driver, but every now and then I drive a motor vehicle. That's all just a role you're playing. But you see, we don't think of those as roles. We're not aware of them. We just go do them mechanically. So our consciousness doesn't develop. We want power. So this is reasonably easily available. So we wind up over here at the expense of consciousness. Now, I'm not talking about anything that's right or wrong or good or bad. I'm only talking about what is true development. True development is developing consciousness. Now, if you have adequate consciousness, you can handle all these things that people call problems. On these, you don't handle the problem, you're just trying to make it go away. You just want it gone right now, quickly. But then before the day's over, you got some more. One time I was working in a little town in Newport Beach. I think you came by to visit once while I was there. So we decided to run an experiment. Oh, anybody came in and said they wanted a new Corvette, we used certain methods and they got a Corvette. Well, it wasn't 2 days later until they wanted something else. I had one lady came in and she wanted a Corvette, a yellow one. So she got a yellow Corvette in less than 2 weeks. But then she came in and said she wanted to have a love affair with Werner Erhard. You all know who Werner Erhard is. Well, we arranged that. And then she had some other complications that she quickly was in with. So she was one of the most miserable people, but she was getting everything she wanted. Now, we worked with a great number of people. I think there was maybe 60 in the group there that we told that you can have whatever you want. Just come in and tell us, we'll get it. We'll see that you have it. Now, this was done for very ulterior motives, not because I wanted them to have it. I was running an experiment, and I wanted to write down all the consequences. And so the consequences varied from miserable to horrible. That's how it come out. And not a one of them was any happier with the new house, the new car, the new boyfriend, the new trip here. One of them said after she got through with this one that wanted the yellow Corvette, when she got through with having her affair with Werner Erhard, she wanted a rich husband. She got one, but he turned out to be a loony bin. And nobody could live with him, apparently. She couldn't, or nobody else. But I said this, the circumstances, the outcome of them having these things went from miserable to horrible. And nobody was happy with it. That was the whole bit. Now, we put a stop to the experiment. They all left, incidentally. They didn't want no more. And we started one in increasing consciousness. Now, I didn't lay it out quite as plain as I have dropped it out here as to how it can be done. I had people playing roles. But there was an increase in consciousness, and then they begin to not have problems. Now, the same sort of things were going on, no doubt. You know, all sorts of things goes on in this world have been going on since the thing started, and it'll go till it all blows up if it ever does. Boyfriends leave, boyfriends come, girlfriends leave, kids get in trouble, business goes up and business goes down. You buy a stock and it goes down every day after it had been going up for a week, and then all of a sudden, the bottom falls out. All sorts of these things go on, but you know, you don't have any problem. These are just events, nothings that went along, just happenings. Really not even an event, just happenings. Now, happenings has been going on for all time, and I will guarantee you they'll keep on going on. Somebody in the next 2 or 3 years will probably have a flu or a bad cold. Somebody else will have a pain in their back. Somebody will have a corn on their toe. One of my dear, dear, sweet friends had what she called a bunion on her toe. She had worn shoes too short when she was a little kid. So she went to one of the hotshot orthopedists, and he took all of it out, carved out, cut all of her toes up, and shortened them up, and lengthened some, and shortened some, put a prosthesis in the foot, and she hadn't been able to put on a pair of high-heel shoes since. And she's a lady that likes to wear high heels and dress up. So now she has a bigger noise than she had before. I know. She don't have the lump on the side of her foot. Yeah, it's all swollen up, but after 6 months it looks pretty bad. But nevertheless, nothing has been done. You see, over here trying to make everything non-disturbance. Now, disturbance is a part of life. And if you want to stop and think, how would you feel? What would be your inner state about yourself if something could be done to you tonight that you could not feel any pain anymore? Think you'd be in a good state? No pain, huh? Well, I don't know where you'd kill yourself, but you'd be dead for long because you wouldn't know what's going on. Is that right? So now people think of pain is so terrible. And you have a constant bunch of ads coming along to use this painkiller and that painkiller like it's absolutely necessary, and the doctors use it, and Susie uses it, and the hospitals use it. Of course, they tell you Tylenol is used by the hospitals. They didn't tell you it's Tylenol 3 with a lot of codeine in it. But that's the one they use. They don't use this variety you go down to the drugstore and get. Just because it's got the same label on it don't mean a thing. But the point is that it's considered that pain is such a horrible thing. But now listen, how would you get along without it? If you could not feel any pain anymore, you would never know when you ate tainted food. You would know when you picked up a hot skillet till you smell fresh meat cooking. You'd be in a royal mess. Is that right? You break a leg and you just go stumbling along on it until it all out through the side. You had no pain. Now look, a conscious person wouldn't have a problem over it, but one of these people has got problem galore, and they go to work to do all the bit to make the pain go away. Now, what kind of state are you getting yourself in if you don't have any pain? Huh? Now, would you want to live with no challenges? Just everything was la-di-da. You know, somebody made a movie a few years ago about a criminal just robbed a jewelry store, or attempted to rob it, and he got shot, and when he woke up, everything was fine, and he wanted to go rob a store after a while. No, at first he wanted to gamble, and he couldn't lose. Every dice just hit for him come and go. So he wanted to play cards. Every one of them come out with him to get it. So finally he said he wanted to rob a store. So he went out and robbed it. There was no resistance. And he said, "If this is heaven, you can take it." And somebody said, "Who said it was heaven?" Can you imagine anything more hellish than that you never had any challenge, huh? So what do we need to change? What do we need to work with all these things to get everything in such an idealistic state, huh? Is there anything really needs to be changed, come to think of it? Huh? I don't know. I've had pain, more than my share of it, I think, through the years. The other day I was driving down the street, and I stopped at a traffic signal, and a big truck with a four-wheel trailer on the back of it loaded with concrete castings rolled into the back of my little car, and it went crunch, and I went on across the street and looked out the back, and it didn't look very good back there. Shortened it up a little bit. And so what? Time we all got through, I had money in my pocket over the deal, and I didn't even make a claim. They come to me to pay me off. And they said, "Well, your cars are totaled out. Here's the book price of it. We'll give you that." I said, "Fine, what do you take for the car?" And they said some infinitesimal small amount, and I said, "I'll take it." And I bought my car back without even changing the title on it. I took it out to the repair shop, and the guy said he'd fix it for a little less than half what they give me for it. So they fixed the car up, and it looks better than it did before. It's got a new paint job on it. And end to end. And it looks wonderful, and it runs fine. So, you know, I made a couple of $1,000 just sitting there in the street. Well, what? Who cares? Car looks better than it did before it got hit. Runs as good. And they give me a rental car while they were fixing it. So, you know, yeah. Why make a big production? No, I know people who've got all upset and got ulcers over it and went to lawyers and sued and went to doctors to see if they couldn't find something wrong with him. I felt just the same after. I had a stiff neck when he hit me, and I had a stiff neck afterwards. It didn't fix it. That was the only thing that bothered me. It didn't fix it. But it didn't hurt me as far as I could see, and I didn't hit anybody else when I went across the street suddenly. So what is there that needs to be changed, and what is there to get yourself in an uproar about? Pray tell me. You feel a sensation once in a while. Maybe you like it and maybe you don't, but wouldn't you be in a mess if you didn't have the sensation, right? Maybe somebody ignores you. So what? There's a lot of people I'd like to ignore me. When I'm driving on a highway, I like for the police to ignore me totally and completely. Don't you? I don't want them checking on me every minute and see that I'm driving above 55. I got caught in a place coming down here for 4 hours. Every vehicle was driving 55 or 50. That was the boringest 4 hours I put in a long time. Well, so what? I just looked at the trees and the car in front of me and the truck in front of me and so forth. And some guy was in front of me for a little bit, and he was one of these brake pushers, you know. Step on his brake right in the middle of the road, and then he'd let it up. I guess he's afraid he's going to get a ticket. So I decided better part of valor was pass him. So I stepped on the gas and went around him. And on the other side of the road, here come a bink, 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 bink over there. And he went down the road, turned around, come back. Of course, by that time, I'm sitting there behind 55. So he gave me a dirty look and went on his way. I didn't get a ticket. But so what? If I hadn't been sitting there, I'd have been somewhere else. Is that right? I might have been in the coffee shop down the road and drink coffee. And, you know, I don't know that anybody ever made a mistake. You know, I've heard people moan about making mistakes. Do you ever feel you made a mistake? But did you know what would have happened had you done something else? You don't know that, do you? So what was a little uncomfortable may have been a lot worse if you'd have went on and done something else. But there's one thing you'll never know. If you do something, you'll never know what the alternatives were because you won't get to try them out. Is that right? So what is there to be all upset to feel that we have to use all this mental effort to make it like something I think I want right now, some ideal? And you know, we have said many times that the only disintegrating factor in man is the struggle from what is to what I think ought to be, the ideal. That'll tear you up. That'll make you old, fall apart, disintegrate, and have everything in the book. Now, what's wrong with just exactly like it is? You breathing? Got food, clothing, shelter, and transportation? Huh? You got that already, haven't you? So what do we need all that? So what we could use very well is increased consciousness, a developed consciousness, not having everything ideal. I'll be quite, let's have all the questions you can come up with, challenges, put me down, tell me how stupid it is, how wrong it is. Whatever you like, I'm ready. Okay. I didn't say I'd answer them. I said we'll have questions. Yep.
Why isn't increased consciousness an ideal?
No, it's not an ideal. It's just a possibility. If it was an ideal, everybody would be struggling for it. I haven't seen anybody struggling for it. It's not a struggle. It's just something that you have a capability of developing. It would be the same as you can walk. Is that right? You have the capability or the potential of walking, even though you're not right now. Now, if somebody had the potential to walk and they never did, but they sat in wheelchairs or They wanted to be rolled around, or they wouldn't get up and walk. You'd think it was kind of funny that he wouldn't actualize a natural function. Consciousness is supposed to be a natural function, but we have been conditioned to be everything but. And so it's only taking advantage of something we have. It's not ideal. You get along and live a certain number of years and die whether you ever activated it or not. Okay?
I can see someone walking, right?
Yeah.
But can I see someone? I can't see someone evidently who's more
Conscious? I think you could. I think if you went out and looked a little bit, you'd see that some people are a lot more conscious than others. Okay, I think you'd find that for the top. I think you'd find that was very obvious that there is a lot more conscious people. Most people have just never thought of looking for a conscious person, really. But they do exist. I know that. And I'm not telling you to take my word for it, but if you go out and look for them, I'm sure you will find quite a few of them. They're available, and they're doing a lot more than others, huh? Oh no, that's not necessarily the point. You look for thinking of a person who can consciously act certain ways, and I think you'll find them. In fact, I know you will. You won't have to get out of your town. I've been down there, and I know there's a few there, and if I found them, you can. In fact, I lived there 4 years one time. And if I found them, you can. I was there not too long ago, and there was a few conscious folks around. They're more conscious than the usual run, so you'll be able to find them. Suppose you go look for one. Now, it's not an ideal. Okay? Try another question. Anybody here got a word to say? Okay, we have... excuse me.
I don't want to ask a question. I just want to report.
Okay. Just let's hear a word.
Okay, it's just really neat what you've been talking about for time side. About a year and a half ago, I gave up those things, and I used to think that minimalism was materialism. I thought that really was deep.
Yeah.
And, but I came to find out that these are the things that I really did underneath.
These are the ones that rolled you up, not the fact whether you had a nice house or a nice car or pretty clothes.
Right, that's right. When I really surrendered, then, as I was telling you downstairs, I started getting on the material things. And
they just showed up.
And I don't feel guilty about it. I feel like it's just happening. It's just
Oh, sure.
something that's happening.
Oh, yeah. You're not making problems. When you're not making problems, why, everything comes along fairly well. Now, you're still going to have a discomfort now and then.
And now things are happening.
Sure. But not ideal. You're going to have a headache once in a while, and when you have your eyes cut, they'll be good and sore. I had a friend did that the other day. He's a physician. Just for a few days, but as he said, that hurt. Not today. The next day. So yours may be altogether different. Who knows? But I mean, so what? It only comes to pass, you know. So if the rest of the time you can throw your contact lenses away and instead of scratching those every day and go without them, why, it'd be kind of worthwhile. So for everything has a price. We said you got to pay for it, not just in dollars and cents, but there's everything got a price. So surrender is the first step in being conscious. And when you find someone who is not making a big production about having what the world calls misfortunes and all these 101 things, what difference does it make? You know, they only come to pass. They're gone in 2 days anyway. Right? Okay, another question, comment? Okay. Oh, here's lady.
I have headlines, and I would like to read and have you explain it to me.
Well, I don't know where I can explain it. You know, the word explain means it used to be plain, and now ex, like an ex-husband or an ex-wife, you know, when they work on it. We're fired away, I'll try.
To allow, much less recommend, that a conditioned person do his thing is to encourage chaos.
That's about right. I still agree with it.
Control over conditioned people.
I don't want control over them.
I don't understand it.
It says what now? What's you don't understand about it?
To allow, much less recommend, that a conditioned person do these things.
Right. So, an awful lot of people these days encourage everybody doing their thing, you know. Now they're having a little hassle these days, they're making a noise. So, some people want to go out here and do about anything and say it's their thing. You know a number of them, don't you? Now let's say that I like to drive a car and I like to get drunker than a skunk. And so it's my thing to drive when I'm good and drunk. I don't want to bother with them cars unless I'm soused. And if we allow that, they're going to create a lot of things for other people. Now, if he wants to drive without his seatbelt, I could care less. As long as he's sober enough to handle an automobile. Huh? I don't care whether he's got his seatbelt on or not. That's his difficulty, not mine. I've had one on once or twice when somebody insisted on it, but I don't usually feel very comfortable with that seatbelt. But now I see about every 7 miles on the freeway, it said, fasten your seatbelt, it's the law. Well, I didn't pay too much attention to that. I still didn't hook it up. But the point is, would you want somebody driving drunk because it's their thing to do? They might run over you or your child or somebody else. You hurt somebody else. Now, things you want to do to yourself, have fun. To allow that. Now, I imagine most everybody here has heard of AIDS, have you not? I know a man who is, I knew him, he's dead now, about 2 months ago. But he had AIDS and knew he had it, and he said he was going to give it to everybody he could get a chance to give it to. He was angry that he got it somewhere along the way for whatever he took chances on doing. And he felt that he ought to spread it as far as he could while he was still alive. Do you think that was appropriate? Now, these are things when people are not responsible for themselves, when they do things that harm others. I think that's why there's prisons out here. That's why there is quarantine laws for certain things. The quarantine law is still in effect. Do you know, are they still in effect? If you got a certain condition, can you be quarantined in your house or in a hospital? Okay. So somebody mentioned quarantine for people that had AIDS. And they went through the ceiling. It's against their constitutional or civil rights. And they want to spread it everywhere as they can, that's fine. So, because of the particular hunch you do. So I paid to have a book published by a young man who wrote from first-hand knowledge a book on how it was spread and what have you. I paid to print 5,000. I still have 5,000. You want to buy one? I'll send you one. Free. Because certain things that society could not allow a person to do their thing when it is obviously going to harm other people. Now, if they're going to do something that's their own and they're all their own, they can have all the go at it they want to as far as I'm concerned. But I don't think it's very appropriate to allow them to cause other people great difficulty when there's absolutely no necessity. Does that help answer your question? Okay. Got that one done. Got out of that all right. Did almost as good as Reagan does when he's trying to get out of something. Okay. Another question, comment? Let's take a break, and we'll push the bell in about 10 minutes, and we'll come back and do another little number for a minute. Pushing over, I'll let you have it, and I'll sit down.
I'm used to horse races, and they train horses, everything.
Yeah, well, I always bet on a loser. Might as well have been the same one anyway. Okay, everybody here, and we're ready to go again. Yeah, think so. So, I thought in this session we might take a little quick review of hypnosis. It's a good subject, I think. Hypnosis. You ever hear of the subject? I think I can talk on it all right. I'm a certified hypnotherapist. Never practiced it because I think it stinks, but nevertheless, I got the piece of paper that says I'm quite qualified to do it, so I'll talk about it in a few minutes. The visible part of hypnosis, which in fancy terminology is called overt hypnosis, that means we say, this is what we're going to do, and go do it. That's a stage show or a parlor trick as far as I'm concerned. It really has not a great amount of stuff. It's a little useful in a medical practice now and then for temporary anesthetic and so forth. It doesn't do too bad of things. The one that we're going to talk about is called covert. Now, covert means you don't know what's going on. The guy got it all struggled up. He tells you that, amongst other things, that this is not hypnosis, and he gives you a whole bunch of other fancy names for it. Or he doesn't even bring up the term hypnosis. We call it some other kind of exercise. And I'll give you the fastest and the easiest way to do hypnosis if you ever want it. Maybe you will notice it being done to you once in a while. Okay? That's the major one that I'm putting it out for, so you can recognize it, maybe, when somebody comes along with it. If I were to give you 4 non-threatening orders, they don't have to be commands like stand up, sit down, etc., but let's say that I just gave 4 non-threatening commands. Now, these are not would you please or anything. I would say, everybody stand up now. Turn around and shake the hand of your neighbor. Turn to the other side and say hello to him. And say I love you to the person closest to you. I'll tell you right now, you cannot prevent doing the 5th, the 6th, the 7th, the 8th, the 9th, the 10th I give you then, or from there on. Unless you know about it. If you know the game, why, of course, you would probably not even carry out those 4 non-threatening commands. I would say to somebody, catch this, and then we'd have some other. Now, those are non-threatening, is that right? Now, if I said to you, do something like, open your billfold and give me $10, that'd be a little $10 worth of threat, and you wouldn't give it to me. That'd be $10 worth of threatening, right? So you wouldn't do that. But if that was the 5th command, then you would give me the $10. The 4 that did along, all right, I do this. I attended a session one time along with a couple of other men, and a man wanted to demonstrate. Now, he didn't tell people what he's going to demonstrate, but he gave 4 non-threatening commands. And then he said that everybody who was interested in this work, whatever it may have been, nobody knows, would you take all your jewelry off, your rings off your fingers, you're doing nothing with them, take your watch off, take it all, put it all in this pan. So they passed along a red big old plastic pan to everybody, and they dumped it in there. Their earrings, their chains, their dancers, their watches, what have you. Dumped every bit of it, and he brought it all up to his front. And then he said, now look, I just hypnotized all you people, and you didn't know it. Now come get your stuff out of here, and for goodness sake, stay awake from now on, and don't listen. Now, that was a good demonstration. I don't want to have to take the time to give you all your stuff back, and I might be tempted to keep most of it anyway. So, but you will do it, and you have no qualms. Now, I've even watched this done on television. That somebody gets up, and I watched one just the other day. And they had everybody doing this and doing this, and he's saying, all you people at home, do this, do this, do this. And then he said, send $3,000. If you don't have 3 now, make a pledge of $3,000. And there was hundreds of them from all over the country. Made that $3,000. Now, he didn't say, come get your stuff back. He's got other uses for it. But this is what goes on. Now, you can watch it. You can experiment with it. You do it yourself. Now, that's the simplest and easiest one. Now, there's thousands of techniques. Most of what passes for meditation and etc. these days. I didn't say all of it, but I said an awful lot of it, which I have observed. There's nothing in the world but an auto-hypnosis, a way to put yourself in a hypnotic trance. Now, there's nothing wrong with being in a hypnotic trance. If you knowingly and you want to do it, that's your business. I prefer to stay awake. I said I've been working too many years to get awake without taking any chance of going to sleep a minute. If I want to sleep, I'm going to do it in a nice bed. But it has its value and it has its place in the world. It's nothing spiritual about it. It has nothing to develop you about. It gives you no development, but it is a powerful thing to use under certain cases, in certain places, and I would say mostly by professional men and stage people. After all, it's great entertainment. I see it's a good place in entertainment and what have you. But I'm talking about a lot of people take advantage of you a wee bit. And there's nothing wrong, I guess, in taking advantage of people, but I don't want somebody to do it to me, so I want to know what's going on. And when I hear these commands coming off, stand up, sit down, turn around, shake hands, tell the lady next to you you love her, and etc., all that's done, threatening as they can be. But if you carry those out four in a sequence, you cannot prevent doing the fifth, the sixth, the seventh, and the eighth, and so on down the line. And some of those may not be to your advantage. Maybe they are. But the point is, you want to know whether it is or not, or whether it's your free will, and your free will is all gone when you are tranced. Now, people in trance don't go around looking bizarre. They look just like that, sitting there, everything, and going on. Now, the other big source of hypnosis comes from these nice little things inside that says complain. So somebody says inside you, well, you can sure complain about this, the way you've been treated. Some says stick up for your rights. Some say blame. You've all heard those, haven't you? Come in there. You heard that? Going by the way he treats me. I got a reason to tell him off, and so on. So, and we've also all know about feeling that I am obligated to please this person over here, even though it's the last thing I'm interested in doing. You ever feel obligated to do that? Very much against your will, but you do it. Here is believe and do as you're told by your authorities, and people go to the doctor, and the doctor tells them something, and they say they had to. I don't think yet that you have to do what the doctor says. Maybe it's to your advantage, but it ought to be your choice, not because somebody said you got to have your left breast cut off tonight. Why, it's not necessarily that it's quite that urgent, I would think, huh? I have a very good friend that's a surgeon in Chicago. He don't do any general practice. He's just a surgeon. He does what somebody sent him one over here. And he says there's an awful lot of things he can't find that he's supposed to go after. They just don't exist. And but they tell him to do this. So that's the way he works. And here is you got to improve yourself. You got to do this to be better than you are. Now, we were all brought up not to be conscious, but to be good. Is that what your mother was trying to make out of you while you was laying out by the wellhead? Mama's trying to be good, so you be real good and quiet, huh? Right. Huh? Right. She almost got you to be good, didn't she? So we're all taught to be good. Most of us didn't feel we made it, but that's what we were taught to do. Is that right? Is that what your mama taught you? And she's sitting there. She wanted you to be good so you wouldn't embarrass her. That's the only reason she's interested in you being good, was so you wouldn't embarrass her. And most of us found some way to rebel against it. Some of us, of course, went on and tried to be good and never felt we made it and feel bad all our life and all that. But a lot of us rebelled against being good. So the first step out, if somebody only gives you one order to be good, you go the other way right quick. If mamas learned the 4 things, they would give the kids 4 non-threatening orders, then they'd have them wrapped up, you know. But mamas, thank goodness, didn't know that, and I try to watch not to tell very many young mothers about it because they might do it. You know, I heard about this mother love, but I notice most of the time they're only loving to be good, and so they won't feel bad themselves. That's the main thing that's in there. Is that right, Mom? Huh? You don't want to feel bad that you weren't a good mother. So in other words, you don't want to feel guilty, and they said this was being a good mother down here. Some authority told you that. You can almost talk to people in an office situation where you have a great number, and you can know what books Mama read when they were little. You really can. It comes out very plainly if you were, interested in such things. Well, they tell you whether it was Spock or some other guy writing a book or some lady wrote a book or what have you. You can pretty well follow. So here is the source of the biggest suggestion that comes into you that you feel obligated to act on. Now, you see, these are diametrically opposed. So they give you a very big threat if you don't do it. So if you don't please somebody, do you feel guilty? And if you do please them, do you feel sorry for yourself because you don't get to do what you want to do? You got to do what they want you to do all the time. So now when anything kicks off an emotion to you, you feel it. You want to avoid that feeling. Would you go pretty far to avoid feeling guilty? I'll leave the stuff laying there rather than feel guilty about it. About any way you'll try to avoid that. Now, we're not too sad about feeling sorry for ourselves. Is that right? That comes kind of natural, and you feel it's kind of, you're justified in feeling sorry for yourself the way you've been treated. Now, all of this is strictly from hypnotic suggestion from within. Now, that don't have to be on anybody. The biggest hypnotist in the world is these guys on the inside, these 6 of them here. And, of course, there's 7 because the one says the whole purpose of living is to be non-disturbed. And you get the least little disturbance, and don't you feel that the whole purpose of everything you can do is to be non-disturbed, non-upset for a few minutes, right? That's the way you want to get rid of it. So here is the most powerful ones. Now, I don't know that these guys have a little piece of paper from an institute that says they're certified hypnotherapists, but they are. They are extremely good ones. They know the business inside and out. They don't even have to use 4, just 1. They can give you one suggestion because they are threatening you with a feeling you don't want to have. Guilt, fear, danger, all these things they tell you if you don't do this. Now, if you don't do what the doctor says, you're going to die before morning. Anybody knows that. Huh? I've known guys that had gas pains that had a triple bypass. If they had a burp twice, they would have never needed it. But they get horrible pain in their chest, and then go down there and get to work because they are fearful. This and thing says, what? Believe and do what you're told the authority. The authority said you got to have it. Boom, he's got it for morning before he could burp. And so they get all these. Now, here's where you pet. Each one of these threatens you. If you don't please the people you're supposed to please, you're a very bad person. Is that right? And if you don't improve yourself by doing what the authority said, you're pretty scummy. Is that right? You're pretty scummy. So you don't want to feel guilty. So here's a very powerful. You don't have to have much to put that in. Now, this one over here, it just makes you feel sorry for yourself, and you kind of like that. That's a victim, and that's the most desirable attitude or role that most people can play is feeling guilty or feeling, not feeling guilty, but feeling victim. They've been victimized. So If you're victimized, if you hurt a little bit, you complain and you stick up for your rights because you've been victimized. And you blame because you can see who's victimizing. Now, there's none of us are victims unless we're little kids. Little kids can be run over, I know that. But basically, we're never victims. Just things happen, and so what? We can live over it if we lived over it. The only time you don't, if you don't live over it, then you won't be here to fuss about it. So you won't be here to be feeling sorry for yourself. But it's a very interesting thing to observe how much satisfaction, I guess is the word, you get out of feeling like you're a victim. In the first place, it relieves us of all sense of responsibility. And if there's anything I don't want loaded more on me is responsibility. Is that right? Got more than you can carry now, right, Marcy? You don't want no more loaded on you, do you? But if I'm a victim, I feel I'm not responsible, and everybody else should come and pull me out of this thing, or at least I've got a reason to sit here and be miserable. Now, here is the powerful hypnotist. If you want a copy of these, they're in all the books, so you can have them. I don't have to draw them over and over. I've drawn them a few thousand times in my life, maybe 100,000. But they're the greatest hypnotists there is. One wants you to feel like you're a victim, and the other one wants you to feel guilty. Okay? Now, if you feel like you're a victim, you may be angry, or you may be fearful, or you may be anxious, but any of them makes you feel like you're a total victim, that there's nothing you can do about it. That's the whole game we want. So here is the power play that goes on inside. Now, we talked about being conscious and playing roles a little while ago. We was talking about getting it out. Now, here is one that we'll play once. I'll play the victim role for 5 minutes. Okay? Just 5 minutes, consciously. You won't ever play it again. If you will play the victim role consciously, 5 minutes, you won't want to play that game anymore. Now, if you want to play the guilty role, play it for 5 minutes, and you can eliminate about 90% of this conditioning in here, and you'll know it when it comes up. You will recognize them from there on. And before, you never recognized them. You thought they were you. This is what we call being sound asleep. You think it's you that's doing it, that it's reality. But consciously play the role of being a victim. I don't care, a victim of what, for 5 minutes. Then 5 minutes, play the role of being a very guilty person. Those are diametrically opposed, because guilty says you're responsible, and being a victim says you aren't. So that's responsible, non-responsible. And you play those consciously, 5 minutes, and see if you can keep on playing them. Unconsciously even. It'll remind you every time it comes up. It'll remind you, because you have been conscious for 5 minutes to play the victim role and 5 minutes to play the guilty role. That's a simple one, isn't it, Susan? That's simple enough to play. We can all play the victim role, can't you? We've had lots of practice at it unconsciously. So we could do it consciously for 5 minutes. And we certainly have, I believe, I can say without fear of contradiction, that we've all had guilty bits. Is that right? So let's play that one 5 minutes. Now, these are things that we're proficient at already, so we won't have any trouble playing the role, except keeping it aware that I'm doing this consciously. And that will increase your consciousness up here until the next time this thing tries to throw you in that state. You can practice it. It won't take you too long. I think you already probably have practiced it unknowingly enough you could be very proficient at it. In other words, you could fool almost anybody. Right on? Okay, we will now have questions for 5 minutes or so, if anybody's got one. Marthy?
You said that most forms of meditation are a form of hypnosis, correct?
Auto-hypnosis, I said, yes.
I would like to hear you
Elucidate on that?
I would like to hear you comment about the 11th step of alcoholic
I don't know the 11th. I forgot to play that role as I grew up.
I would like to hear you comment on it, and I'll tell you what it says.
Okay.
Speak through prayer
Yeah.
and meditation
And meditation.
to improve our conscious contact with God.
I agree to that 100% since that I heard it.
Praying only for the knowledge of His will for us
Right.
and power to carry it out.
That's right. And I didn't say all meditation was hypnosis. Did I? I said most of it that passes out here in this world where you pay great sums of money to learn a new meditation technique. When I heard of it, nobody gets charged for going to the 11th step.
Well, I was going to have to tell you that one works.
Yeah, I know it does. I told you that. I agree to that, 100%. First big important question and statement in there was it was surrender.
Fix that.
All right, so. Next question. Yes, Donna.
Broken.
Well, I have said in groups that first they'll say, everybody relax, now put your feet flat on the floor.
Right.
Close your eyes and take a deep breath. Now, those
That's
are
four non-threatening
Right.
questions.
Now,
Right.
are y'all in a trance at that point?
Oh, yeah, you'll do the 5th, the 6th, the 7th, the 8th, the 9th, the 10th things. If you want to tell everybody after you get them to do that, got them all comfortable, relaxed, and their feet flat on the floor, take your money out of your billfold and send it to the front, they'll do it. You just missed a lot of money. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with it. Not right or wrong, it's just simply a fact that that's the way us humans are put together. So let's all take a deep breath and we'll go from there. I could use a couple extra $1,000 a night, it'll be all right. I can take $3,000 a person and either in cash tonight or pledge to get it to me before Christmas, it'll be all right. I don't mind. Okay.
Yeah, I'd like you to describe what real meditation is.
Well, real meditation starts off with, number one, surrendering all the things about getting this or getting that or getting the other. That's number one. At the expense of talking about something I'll talk about tomorrow, it means to be aware without any fanfare or trying to put yourself to sleep or any of this non-quietness and all that, that spirit with a capital S is here, or this body wouldn't be moving. You couldn't hold up your hand and you couldn't say a word because if spirit wasn't there, you know where that body would be. If it left right now, you know what would happen, don't you? Blam, it's gone. You wouldn't see, you wouldn't hear, you wouldn't, blood wouldn't circulate, nothing else, all gone. We'd say, he dead. He's dead. Right? So then meditation is the recognition, and prayer likewise, is the recognition that the Spirit of God is here now. And that's the big good news, you know, that everybody, because everybody's had all the divine being way off out yonder somewheres in a heaven with a gold crown on and a purple robe sitting on a white throne with a bunch of characters around the throne hollering glory, glory, glory. Okay, is that about right? And that you prayed adequately enough and long enough, maybe he'd pay attention to you, and maybe not. And if he didn't, why, you're supposed to like that. So it is recognizing where life really is. And you don't have to make a big lot of noise about it, but it's recognizing it, and we usually forgot that, you know. We think I is the all-control, all-powerful, and etc. Does that help answer your question, sir? You're welcome.
Bob?
Yep.
When it is somebody else that is trying to lay some of that stuff on you, and you have fallen asleep and take that in, then when we take it in, then we are hypnotizing and holding that to ourselves.
Oh, yeah. You're liable to keep it for a while. It'll wear off after a while, and you'll let start over again. It usually starts by the time the last one wears off, you know. Yeah, we put it in. We keep this going all the time until we have one way out that I can see. Well, there's more than one way, but one that I'm talking about the easy way, okay? I like easy. I'm lazy, so I don't like to do anything the hard way. I never did think making love standing up in a hammock was the way to do it. It's possible, but who wants to do it? That's the hard way. So let's do it the easy way, okay? The easy way to get this is to play this role consciously. 5 minutes and you can whip all these guys. If you don't, they'll probably whip you for years and years and years to come. Okay? Anybody else got a question? Yes, sir.
Dr. Bob, on this, again, back to this thing that we talked about as far as hypnosis is concerned, we talked about getting somebody to consciously go along with 4 of our suggestions.
Yeah, not consciously, just do it because we said so. We're authority then.
4 suggestions. I've heard that done on several different numbers. 4 is just as good as any of them. But what the point that I'm trying to get to, if you bear with me, is that you get people to go along with you for 4 of the things. They in the 5th or the 6th or the 7th or 8th. And
from there on,
you get something from that. In other words, a person can get something from that. In other words, if you're selling something.
oh yeah, if you're selling something or you're having them to give you something or whatever, you know, the old gypsies used this for ages. They went and talked to the farmer and they blessed his billfold and did all this, and then before they got through, they took all his money and said forget it, and he did.
Okay, the point that I'm getting to is that this is, if I'm right in what I've heard you say, then this is a minimalist ploy or a minimalist.
Oh yeah, it's all of it. Hypnosis is all a mental operation, right?
That's the side of the blackboard that we're talking about.
Yeah, that's mental. That's mentality.
A little bit further than any gain that a person could gain from that. Anything that you get would be more or less considered to be ill-gotten.
Well, that's according to who's saying whether it's ill-gotten or not. You know, the guy that got it figured he earned it.
Going back to the example that you used of
Paying for it.
Paying for it.
He'll pay for it, yes.
So you'll pay for it.
You better believe he'll get to pay for it, yeah. That'll get there after a while. In other words, if I sold you something by using those methods that you had absolutely no desire for and no use to have, and I took your money in for it, and then about 3 hours later you woke up and said, what did I buy this stupid thing for? But I'm long gone. I'll have to pay for it one way or another. You probably are out, but I'll have to pay for it. I've seen that done too many times. Okay, we have a little announcement. Tomorrow we will start Saturday morning at 10:30 a.m., and we will go to 12 noon. We'll take a break till around 2:30, and we'll keep going till around 4:30. Does anybody want to have babysitters or parent sitters or anything else that goes along? Why, you can make arrangements. Anybody got any questions, or you object to that anyway with subject change? Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Bob, we have, I just wanted to say that we have lunch provided here tomorrow for everyone.
Okay, on the house, or you charging for it? How much?
$6 a person, and it will be a catered lunch tomorrow.
Okay, tomorrow you get for $6, you have a catered lunch. Do you get waitresses and
Dancing girls and everything.
how much tip? How much tip we add on? Okay, so you get lunch on the house tomorrow for $6, and it'll be served from approximately 12 till 2. 12:30 till it's all gone. And it's a pitch till you win deal and they go back for seconds. And okay. And no doubt it'll be fantastically good cuisine. And one thing I'm sure, it'll probably be better than any restaurant in Lake Whitney. I went to one today. Huh?
He's going to prepare for a certain amount, and so he had to know when. It didn't matter. He prepared calling tonight, you said tonight's too late, doesn't make any difference at all.
It's done. It's all taken care of, so there'll be plenty to eat. And so no doubt it'll be extremely good. So we'll see you in the morning at 10:30. Is that all right? Get here about... We will try to talk off a minute or two. I put a question up here. We'll have questions today. And everybody will try to answer them, including me. So I've been told that there is only 4 questions that are really valid to ask. We generally ask invalid questions, and if you ever look at the word invalid, it says invalid, which means sick. So the rest of the questions are sick. My mother's favorite statement, oh, why was I ever born? When she's a little frustrated, which seemed to be frequently. There is all sorts of questions that people ask. What should I do? A few million why questions, Why did this happen? Why did that happen? Why was something else happen? Why wasn't I born rich? And on down the line. Why was she born pretty and me not? And on and on and on and on. Why questions. Now, why questions essentially have no answer whatsoever. Because as soon as you get through finding you a tentative answer to your why, then the question arises, well, why is it that way? So why is a serial, endless question, and the human brain is made up of billions of cells. I didn't say millions, I said billions, like government debt. And got billions of them running there, and each one of them has something stored in it. So when you ask why, there's a little guy suddenly starts out, knocks on the door of every cell and says, why? And it says, search me, I don't know. So he goes to the next one. Well, this is why people get nervous. Now, suppose you had 500 of those little guys knocking on doors and saying, why this, and the cell never gets through slowing down. So people get in very nervous states from asking why. So let's take off and don't ask any why. Now this question up here says, what am I? Now for the tolerance of the people who've been here before and a quick cover for people who have only came in today at the request of somebody, I will do a little something before we attempt to work on this question. Number one, we're going to take a little simple diagram, and we're going to fill it in just a little bit. Now, instead of a person, I'm going to call this an army. An army is a good worldly thing. Every country has an army, I think, don't they? Ones I know about. So this is an army over here. So this is the troops here. I got some of them drive tanks, some of them foot soldiers, some of them fly airplanes, some of them do all sorts of things, but we got troops take care of everything here. And then we have an intelligence corps which finds out information for what's going on out there. They've run around and see who's coming over there or what's over the next hill and what have you. The intelligence corps. And the intelligence corps then reports to a wise general. We'll call him wise, whether he is or not. We'll act like he is. So we put the wise general here. So the intelligence corps receives all kinds of little information about the environment and what's going on out there, and whether there's a bunch of soldiers coming from another group or whether there's everything's peaceful or whatever's in front of them. They receive all kinds of impressions and information coming in, right? Now, they don't give orders to the troops. They report to the wise general, right? And then the general gives orders that's through his chain of command to give to the troops. Now, the whole idea of the general is to advance and maintain his army. He don't want to lose any more than he has to. Usually loses a few of them every day, but if there's battles going on. And he wants to keep everything in the morale up of the troops. Now, let's say that the intelligence corps was receiving all this information and they were getting straight stuff out here, reporting straight stuff of what was going on to the wise general. The general then would give orders that was appropriate for the information he received, and the army would survive and go forward. That's simple enough. That's the way it works. Now, let's also say that the intelligence corps got a little confused. We might say they all got drunk or tired or didn't care or what have you, and they began to report all sorts of things that weren't happening out there. One of them looked over a hill and he saw where lumbermen had cleaned off a field and left stumps all over, and he took a quick look and said, "My God, there's an army coming at us." And he run back and told the wise general, "There's just over that hill is a big army coming at us." He'd give an appropriate order for that information he received. All the troops would fire up and run out there, and there's a stump ranch there. No soldiers. You know how those guys will be carrying on. They will be disgusted. They will be upset. They will think the wise general is all screwed up and all sorts of things, and so the morale goes down, and they've wasted a tremendous amount of energy and time and everything going. Now, you could see how that would be. Right enough? Now, let's say instead of the wise general, instead of the troops, we got a body down here, a physical body. Here's a room full of them sitting around here. All of them look a little different, but they're all of them equivalent to this. Let's take intelligence corps, that's awareness. Everybody here's got a little of it. And there is a life principle, spirit, whatever suits you, that is while it's there, you're alive, and when it's not there, you're dead. And we call that X, so it suits you whatever words you want to put on that X. That's the algebraic term. You know something exists and you don't know exactly what it is, but we could call it spirit or life, or you pick your own word, okay? So we still have the intelligence corps. Now the intelligence corps gives in a lot of false information is a usual thing. I think we all know that. We look at somebody and said, well, he knew better than that, but he went on and did it anyway. Now, that's false. The guy can't do anything he doesn't feel is right, proper, or justifiable. You have to feel that at the moment, or you can't do it. Now, 2 minutes later, you may forget, and something else jumps up and says, you knew better than that, and you feel guilty and what have you. But the intelligence corps is what we're trying to work on to get it where it spontaneously reports actual time, place, and circumstance out here, what's going on. That's what we're trying to work on. This don't need any improvement. It's been running bodies for millions of years. And this one down here is a pretty good, well set up arrangement. You got a cell to do about anything and everything that you might ever want to do. Before the baby's born, it's in darkness, but it's got eyes that'll only function in light. It doesn't digest any food. Everything it needs is through a little tube running in its tummy. But it's got all equipment to digest steak and potatoes later, and Mexican food and Chinese food and what have you. It's got it all there. So this body is well put together to know everything it's doing. It's got organs to reproduce the species, even though they won't be used for a few years. It got everything that could possibly be, so there's pretty good intelligence put it together. So now if we take this as this is an organism. It's not I and you and etc. It's all I. The whole thing is I. And what we're working for is that we can have the intelligence corps working at a high degree of efficiency and fact. Okay? Now we will get that off of the board right quick. If I can find the eraser. It's way down on the bottom. I'll get there. I'll get it. I'll keep it on top from now. Yeah, I'll just leave it up here. Okay. So we'll get that for the fundamental, essential, and get it off. And now we got that done. Did that take care of it, Bobby? Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, we didn't go ahead and say that sometimes the intelligence core is operated by a fifth column. You know, that says that the whole purpose of this thing is to be non-disturbed, not to advance and do things, right? And then it also says that the way to get it is to complain to the general, or to stick up for rights to the general, or blame something. You know, it says all those things. Sometimes it says it ought to please everybody, and some says you should believe all authority. So they go down to the bar and have a few drinks, and the bartender tells them something that's happening over on the other side, so they go report that to the general. And it's really a fact. It's purely rumor. It hasn't been checked out at all. And if any of us wonder how many things do we accept as being true without ever having checked it out ourselves, we think somebody else tells me, you know, right? And, of course, then it says you should improve yourself, and how you going to do that? Put on more heads or what have you, I don't know. More arms. You think you'd be improved if you had an extra arm? I don't think you'd improve the scenery near as much. Huh?
Could you move the board over a little farther so we could see on this side?
Okay, Bobby, you moved it over to suit you, so now we're going to move it where everybody can look at it. Let's get it out here in front where we got all. Can everybody see that now? Huh? Can you see all right? Can you, everybody here? If I don't get in front of it, why, you can see it. I'm opaque, so you can't see through me, but I'll try to stay out of the way. So we're going to talk about for a little while, what am I? Now, we just put that little simple diagram up that showed that there is spirit, there's intelligence, and a sensory setup, and there's a physical body. And you can't separate that and say I and you anywhere. It's all one. It's an organism. Okay? Now, we can start looking and work from the top, or we'll work from the bottom up. I'm going to work from the top down. Is that all right? So we'll say, I am spirit. Now, spirit's something you can't see, but you can sure see it's there. Is that right? If it's departed from a human being, why, it falls down. It can't stand anymore. It can't do anything else, only cease to work right. It falls over, right? Heart quits beating, eyes quit seeing, ears quit hearing, tongue quits tasting, and etc. down the line. It all is gone. So I am spirit indwelling a body. That's where it is, and if it's not there indwelling there, why, this organism no longer exists, and there's nothing to say I anyway. Is that right? So I am spirit indwelling a body and with an awareness function. Now, the body has an awareness function. You can see, you can hear, you can taste, you can feel jillion things, that endless number of them. Am I right? So I am spirit indwelling a body, and that has an awareness function. Somewhere in the body, the eyes are part of the body, the ears are part of the body, the taste and feels, corpuscles are parts of the body, and so forth, right? Now, if we went out to say, I have all these things, you don't say that. They are, is that right? They're just a part of the whole show. I'm here. And if there's any part of it gone, why, there's nothing left. Is that right? Maybe the awareness function could go pretty numb for a while and you'd still exist. But we call that coma or vegetation, and people in coma is no fun. They don't do anything, right? So they breathe a little bit and survive. That's about all a vegetable, you might say. So all of this is here. So when a person sits down to make some contact with a higher being, what are they really doing? Come to think of it now, the higher being's already here, right? So you don't have to get in contact with it by great effort, because, as somebody said, it's closer than skin, because it's here right now. So the greatest good news that could be had by anybody is that to really recognize what they really are. I am spirit indwelling a body with an awareness function going on. If we are able to say anything, well, that has to be working. Well, the awareness function has to be there and working a little bit. Now, how often do you hear somebody says, I have a soul that I have to save. I have a body which hurts me. I have a mind which is going crazy. And so on down the line. Now, what is that I? If you wanted to take a little look at it, what is it? It says it owns all these things, right? Does it? Or is that just an old cliche we've been working on and separating from everything? In other words, I think the word alienated means separated from. Is that right? So a person is alienated. They don't fit anywhere. So this word that we ordinarily hear somebody say, I, if you listen to how it's used and therefore their ideas on it, is merely a verbal device in order to claim something. It doesn't really exist. So we say that those are not I's. There's something going on out there. But again, the person is totally unaware of what they are, what's going on with them at all. They don't know what they are, so they think there's something that is a victim is the usual situation, right? Usually a victim of endless number of circumstances and so forth. What we want to begin to recognize is that none of us would be here unless Spirit was here right now. Right? And that it's the whole thing that's keeping the show together. So I am spirit indwelling a body with an awareness function. So we can tell some of the things going on. Now, when we get that, we've separated off a considerable number of misconceptions. Now, the misconception is that goes from one extreme of the pendulum swing to the other one. One is that I have to do everything and don't know how, and therefore I'm a bandit out here in this big world, and the whole thing is terrible and what have you. Or the other one, and I'm a victim of about everything. Or the other pendulum swing is that I'm spirit, therefore I don't have to do anything. Again, they're keeping that I in there, the egotistical. So I'm going to sit here and wait till spirit moves me. I'm going to sit a long time. Because spirit is only working on the information, as the wise general is getting from the intelligence core. But now if the intelligence core is defective in any way, and the reason it could be defective is for two reasons. Lack of information and misinformation. Probably a lot more of the latter than there is the former. An awful lot of misconception and lack of information keeps the awareness function in, shall we say, darkness, if that's a good enough word, or illusion, or delusion, or what have you. Now, how would you think somebody with delusion or illusion was reporting to the wise general? Well, put that little drawing back up here again. Now, here's the intelligence core. Here's the wise general, and here is the troops. And if that's reporting misinformation and lack of information, what do you think is happening to the whole organism? Disintegrate. Disintegration, the source of it is lack of information and misinformation. Which if you're given misinformation and lack of information, you're in a mental state of struggle, conflict, and resistance. Is that about correct? Is these, you're resisting whatever's going on and you got to try to use something to make it like you think it ought to be, right? You're in a conflict of what should I do? Should I go there or should I stay here? Should I originate this action or should I just sit and wait for something to tell me to go do it. Now, if I sit and wait, I'll get lots of information about what to do. I don't know that it's information. I'll get a lot of misinformation. The not eyes will start telling me I should do this and I should do that. I should change my job because of the way I've been treated. I should move from where I live because the atmosphere here is bad. The vibes coming from next door is awful. I'll get all sorts of stuff going on like that. Always when I say, what should I do, something will answer you. Not I will tell you something very quickly. Should I stay here or should I pick up and go? Oh man, you will get the answer. But you'll get two. You always get two. And when you get two, you're in a state of conflict. Now, conflict is not some great big something. It's when the person says, I don't know what to do. Have you ever been in that shape that something come along and you say, well, I don't know what I should do, huh? That's conflict. And we're struggling to try to find the right answer by asking a jillion why questions and getting those little guys running around knocking on doors fast and furious until we are in a state of conflict, struggle, and resistance, a biggest part of the time. Now, that doesn't mean that you don't go ahead and do work that somebody else tells you this is the thing to do. You don't do the habitual actions that you've been doing all your life in about the same way. You're doing the same thing, getting in the same arguments, having the same hassles with people, doing about the same thing all the time. So, when you answer the question on this one, you could say, what am I? The answer is still the same, but if we said the next question, which we'll put up here in a few minutes, we would have a state of conflict, struggle, and resistance going on. We are in turmoil. We are trying to make things work ideally, and we want things to be like, in my opinion, they ought to be, quotation marks, whatever that is. And so we leave ourselves without. Now, if we take one simple question, what am I? And we can use what little logic and reason or whatever we have here, little awareness, and we can see that spirit is the reality. Is that right? Because without it, we see everything's dead. If all spirit left the earth today, there wouldn't be a living thing left. That'd be worse than the flood that Noah had. At least he got in an ark. But you see, that's the story that illustrates when the flood of misinformation and lack of information overcomes, there is not much left, is it? Everything would die. And everything is dying. So here is the big flood, and it came down that wiped off all life, which is symbolic if we had a total false awareness system. It says the earth was filled with violence, and that's the reason it got wiped off. Now, violence is obviously based on misinformation, because I can't get violent with somebody unless I say you knew better than that, but you went on and did it anyway. Is that right? Now I'm justified in committing violence. But if we look even a remotely bit, we find that nobody can do anything unless they first feel it is right or proper or justifiable at that moment. Now, what you're going to feel later, but that moment, you can't do it. You want to try? Try to do something you feel is wrong, improper, or unjustifiable. Just try it. Anybody here can try it who wants to. It won't work. You can't do it. You've got to justify it or feel it's right or proper, then you can do it. But the body will not, spirit will not act if you're telling it this is wrong, improper, and unjustifiable. It won't do a thing. Try it. It won't do it. So you are stuck with that you first have no reason for violence unless you are dealing in misinformation and lack of information. Period. So the world full of violence, then it's being swept over with this and being wiped off. Now, somebody had an ark, and the ark, of course, represents some factual material that one can have to base their awareness function on. So one of the first things that goes on to make the ark is the framework of it is, what am I? when you recognize that I am spirit with a capital S, so then you're aware that spirit is here right now. Right here, right now. And it's going to do the appropriate thing for any information you hand into it. Then you would take a little responsibility to see what you hand in. You wouldn't just mechanically do the same old thing year in and year out, year in and year out. You wouldn't hand in the same information, would you? Huh? No way. You wouldn't keep saying, well, what I need is a drink to get through this day. You wouldn't say that what I need is more money. You wouldn't say that what I need is a bigger house. And you wouldn't say what I need is a new automobile. You wouldn't say what I need is a fantastic income without having to be tied down. You would be more careful of what you handed it. Is that right? I would recognize I am spirit, and the awareness function here needs to be nurtured and taken care of, or it will give wrong information, and therefore actions that are detrimental will take place. A flood will overflood everything. Okay? Is that easy enough to see? Now, there comes the little feeling of responsibility as well as great joy, because if you turn over things, you really turn it over by giving it correct information, not by telling it what to do. I hear people, they call praying, give their supposedly God instruction as to how to handle things. Obviously, the idea is that he doesn't know anything about it, and this non-existent we said this verbal device knows all about it. This is the verbal device down here that has a body and a soul and a mind and all these things that it has to take care of and everything. So this verbal device says it can tell spirit how to run everything. Is that right? You fix this person up so they feel good, and you take care of this so there's all prosperity, and you keep Reagan in power, and you kick out this politician, and you pick in this one, and so forth and so on. Did you ever hear that? Goes on, huh? Now, would you consider that is about the height of being ridiculous? Come to think of it, if you got any awareness at all woke up, it's ridiculous. You know how to change a ham sandwich into flesh and blood? Not on your life, do you? You don't know how to eat one of those sweet rolls we had a while ago and turn it into human energy or living flesh and blood, but it's been being taken care of, so I don't think you need to tell it what to do. But you do have, here is the responsibility of this unit, is to check things and see what is, not go off half-cocked, I guess is a good word, and start saying that this person is bad and this person's right and this is a good thing to happen and that's a bad thing, and that the whole purpose of living is to be non-disturbed. That's, that's the information it basically gets if you want to look at it. Is that right? The minute you have a disturbance, you start rushing around to and fro, the function trying to find something that will make you less disturbed. X is reporting that, to the awareness, it gives a little information too. It says you're doing something that's not adequate right now. So you got a pain. That's the way it speaks to you. Should you take a drug that makes it incapable of reporting to you anymore, it blocks off all the channels? That doesn't make sense, does it? Doesn't make any rhyme or reason to me that I can see of. So I got a pain. Well, now I know what's going on. And I can look and see that if there's something happening out here that is making that happen. So when we see what I am, we have the grounds to be screaming with joy. You know, you might use one of these words to like to say thank you is kind of blah to me, is that I am spirit, indwelling a body and an awareness. It has an awareness function. Now then, that is being conscious. That's waking up out of sleep that the human race has been in for ages upon ages upon ages. It's waking out of it. It's coming up where you can see things. And we talked last night that you could increase this consciousness by consciously acting out different roles, preferably some opposing to each other right quick. Not because it's necessary to act out the roles, but it's necessary to wake up. And the only time we're really awake is when we're consciously acting out a role. That really is the only time we're awake. The rest of the time we're in kind of a walking sleep going about, just mechanically responding to one stimuli and then another stimuli and another stimuli and another stimuli. That's all kinds of electronic devices will do that, right? They'll respond. Every one of us every day probably walks through one of these little things that says you broke the line, the door opens, or you step on something and the door opens. You wouldn't say that thing is intelligence or a living thing, but it is sensing and reacting, and we can turn ourselves into machines if we like, but we much prefer to be living beings. So when we're seeing that, you have every reason to be filled with joy. So what is an exclamation of joy? Eureka is one of them. Glory is one of them. Hallelujah is one of them. So forth. You don't have to go around screaming out on the street, because there's a lot of people out there that's mechanical that would probably think you should be locked up, but you can sure be rattling it inside your head that it's going on, that here we have discovered we are a unit. What am I? We are a unit, a conscious unit now, because we have discovered what I am. I am spirit indwelling a body with an awareness function. Now then, there isn't too many obstructions in your way. You have seen that here's everything out. Now we think of all kinds of things as being obstruction. One favorite one is I don't have enough money. Have you ever hear use that for an obstruction to doing something? I don't have enough money. I don't have the proper education for it. I don't know how to do that. You don't know how to do anything, but you start acting like you know how to do something, pretty soon you do know how to do it. When you first got in an automobile, did you know how to drive it? But you sat there and acted like you could, and pretty soon you got proficient at it. Is that right? Now, had you never acted the part, you would have never got proficient. You could have read all the books. You could have got a degree in automotive engineering at the university. Is that right? You could have even went and got an advanced degree of a doctorate of automotive engineering, and you still wouldn't know how to drive a car. Is that right?
That's right.
You have to act as though you can do it and you get there. I don't care what it is. If you studied music and the theory of music, and you studied piano and all this, but never touched the piano. Now you studied all about it. You got you a doctorate in music. Could you then play the piano? Until you sat down and acted like you could and went do, say, fa, mo, and all these little things, and FACE and what have you, and finally you would be able to do it fairly proficiently according to how much you acted upon it. Is that right? Because when you act, you're aware of it, and you're aware of what you want to enact, and you're telling X that's what you want to do, and it begins to put it in. Pretty soon it's got that body just going bing, 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 and do it, and you can sit and talk to somebody and still play music. I've watched many professional musicians carry on a conversation, play beautiful music, right? Now, if you don't ever practice it, you won't get there. Somewhere in the scripture it says that certain man heard the words. So maybe somebody got him reminded that he was spirit indwelling a body and had an awareness function that had an awareness function. But he didn't act upon it. He heard about it and he went out and told a bunch of people, but he didn't act upon it. He suddenly elevated himself to the role of teacher and went out and told a bunch of people all about it. But he never did act upon it. And it says one day there came a storm. There come storms in everybody's lives, in case you hadn't noticed. Here comes a storm. And that he just washed away, right? And that another man heard the story and went and acted upon it. And he was like a man who built his house on a strong foundation, and a storm came and the winds blew and a hurricane went by, and his house was still standing because he acted upon it. He put it into action. Now, it doesn't do us any iota of good to hear what I am. It's only when we begin to act upon it, when I put this whole unit into acting on it, that I am spirit, indwelling this body that has an awareness function. So we can begin to see things, and you have a little more discrimination. You take responsibility. The whole thing takes responsibility. Not one little piece, but we do see that we have a cog in this unit that's not functioning very well. We never pay any attention to this one not functioning, but just let one little wart on the body happen, and everybody's all out there busy with it, right? Oh man, if you got a headache, it's that's so terrible. You're doing something about it. But you can have misconceptions running out your ears, and you don't pay any attention whatsoever at it. So we begin to look where the equipment is not working quite right. Okay, now we all drive automobiles around, and we wouldn't think of saying that it's all the gasoline's fault when it don't run right. I've heard people do that. I got a bad tank of gasoline. You know, the valves are burned out, but I got a bad tank of gasoline, so it's all that. So we never look at the real essential of what it is. Now, what is essential is what degree of consciousness we have developed for this organism. Now, here you can take this organism. Spirit's perfect. The physical body is in very good shape for this time, place, and circumstances. And this is very defective. It has a lot of misconceptions. It has a lot of misinformation. It's carrying around a lot of anger. It's carrying around a lot of guilt. It's carrying around a lot of fears. It carries around a lot of anxiety. Is this unit going to function very well? Can you see that? That's the whole bit. Now, but nobody ever stops to think that. They only want to make it more unbalanced. So you have an environment, an inner feeling going on based upon what kind of information is in this awareness function. You always got an inner feeling. You have nutrition and you have activity. Now those four you cannot exist without. You have an environment, an inner feeling, an activity, and nutrition. If those are all four somewhere near optimum, over here your state of being is going to be pretty optimum also. Now, just taking a handful of aspirin, we'll start with a good simple one. Going to change any of these? Makes you insensible about them. It numbs you. That's all. What else is going to come up, I don't know. If I know people who take aspirin and they have bleeding ulcers and they don't see any connection to it. Then they go get another drug for the bleeding ulcer. And that produces another side effect, so then they go get another drug for that. And pretty soon they got the most beautiful collection of pills you've ever seen. And then they have to have operations to take their stomach out and etc. But you see, if you go back to simple things, what is it? How's your environment? Seems pretty good to me in here. Everything's all right, isn't it? How's your inner feeling? We can all be in the state of hollering eureka. That's a pretty good state of inner feeling, isn't it? We can have nutrition, which is don't eat in too many restaurants. Kind of fix yourself up something once in a while of your own so that you know what you put in it, and your food requirements probably not mine. Some things I could eat would probably do me in, which would nourish you, and vice versa on down the line. So we all know enough about our bodies to how to kind of feed it. It tells you in no uncertain terms that it's hungry for a dill pickle, you better eat a dill pickle. If it says you're hungry for a piece of fried chicken, well, eat the piece of fried chicken, or two, or three, or four, or whatever you want. It tells you what you're hungry for if you'll listen. Is that right? But of course we all study little books and says you should eat this and not eat that and you should do this, as though every human was exactly the same. You know, they have all these nice little government studies comes out. They tried out it on 17 white rats and says everybody should eat so-and-so. Well, maybe if I eat that so-and-so, it would do me in. If you eat it, you get along all right, and more than likely it would make no difference to either one of us whether we did or didn't. About right? So I know what this body gets along well. I ate something the other day, and I was well aware that it didn't stay with me well. Now, that doesn't mean it wouldn't have been fine for you or anybody else. It just didn't sit with me. So here is a nice little balance that every one of us is living on every day. Environment, inner feeling, activity, and nutrition. If you got those somewhere's optimum for you, not for statistics in the book, then your state of being is going to be pretty close to optimum. And then the body's function is a very adequate vehicle for I to work through, all right? Spirit to work through. Now, this is all I. Body is everything else. Now, some people want to say that bodies are so unessential, but have you ever noticed spirit out here running around doing anything without one? Huh? Have you ever catch one?
No, not that I know of.
Never run into one, did you? That you know of. Did you ever see an awareness function out here running around without a body? I've seen a lot of bodies running around with very little awareness function, but not the other way around. Huh? Is that right?
That's right.
Never seen them. So it's, you see, is an absolute essential unit. And if you look at it, you would see that spirit has in mind of developing consciousness to the point where it won't just give information that destroys the body. Now, all the not-I's give information that destroys the body. The not-I's are jealous of the union that's called a human being. They're very jealous and they want to tear it up. So they constantly send in false information to X, spirit, so that it will do something that destroys the body. And they just having a heyday. Of course, they're parasites and they're not any better off than lice. When they kill the host, where the whole thing's out of business, but at least there. You see, not-I's are like demons. They're very jealous of the fact that God inhabits a living body and an awareness. Very jealous of that. So it's always trying to destroy it. Now, you don't have to let that happen. And when you do, you find you cease to disintegrate. Now, I don't know very many people in the world that don't tell me they dread getting old. Does anybody agree to that around here or not? People dread getting old. Huh? Well, the usual alternative, I'd rather get old. But I think there is another alternative that you don't have to do either one. But in order to achieve that state, you're going to have to be conscious, and you got to give up all your pet peeves and your pet misconceptions and your pet false ideas. You got to give those up. That's the price. You got to pay for everything. So now, most people hang on to their little misconceptions with great pride. I know people that's very proud of their temper. They brag on it all the time. Did you ever run into one of those? Huh? You've seen them, haven't you? You've seen people who are real proud of their rudeness. You know, just the mechanical rudeness. They're real proud of that. And there's people who are proud of about every kind of misconception there is. Now, those are the price you have to give up for very extended life. I will stop short of saying eternal life, but it's been promised by beings down the way, but I'm not in that league, so I won't talk about it. But a very extended one, without getting old and decrepit and have to buy all the cosmetics in the store in order to try to cover it up. So you can stay in a very reasonable, healthy state that nobody thinks of as being old or young. You can stay in a mature state an awful long time if you give up. The price is there. You have to give up your pets. We all got lots of pets, you know. We got pets of, well, I know that it's not right to do so-and-so. I don't know. but we can have lots of pets. You got any pets, Barbara? You got a few pets. Well, those are what stands between. That's the price you have to pay not to be an old lady. Okay? So everybody's got their own choice as whether you want to give up the pet or keep the pet. We call knowing about what pets we have self-knowing. And we're not talking about self-knowing today. We're talking about today. We're talking about questions. But we have talked on self-knowing before, and it's all written down or on tape or somewhere, and it's easily available. And 6 months is long enough to spend on self-knowing. After that, you're wasting your time. It's time you start remembering, and this is remembering, what am I? If you remember it at all times, what am I, then you're beginning to evolve in consciousness. The whole bit now. Body, awareness, the whole bit. They have a saying back in Kentucky that, everybody's poor. They think back there. They got that concept that they're all poor. So they say, well, we're holding body and soul together. So I hope it gets together instead of separated out here. But most of the time, it is together, but nobody recognizes it. So can you begin to see, and can you say to yourself and then act upon it? I am spirit, indwelling a body with an awareness function. Or you could say it a personality. We all have, as well as different bodies, we have different personalities. So say that I am spirit, indwelling a physical body with a personality. Okay? Now that personality is that intelligence core that reports to X. And X so loves its awareness function that it will do everything it reports. That's what it made it for and everything. And it'll do just what it says. So if you say, well, I should shoot that person over there because they did so-and-so to me, you feel very justified in shooting him. And if you got a gun, he's not long. If you're a good shot, he's not long for this world. Right? But if you can get that out, well, that guy did what he felt was right and proper and justifiable, and that's what I use to do everything I do, so he just happened to justify something I didn't. So who cares? It only came to pass anyway. It'll be gone in a minute. What difference does it make? So we can begin to be conscious and develop conscious. We can play an active role. We said, we hear about something, if you act upon it, you can do it. It becomes very proficient in a while. You become extremely conscious. And you don't have to go through all this conflict, well, I should have do this or should have do that. It's there, it's done, like that. Spontaneous, quick, now. And we don't have to go through all the struggle and resistance, and we don't have to think that every little discomfort I have is something bad, and that no doubt I'm getting something that, you put a diagnosis on. There really is only about 6 symptoms that human beings have, but they got thousands of names for those according to where they're located and how the doctor wanted to look at it. So, you know what a diagnosis is? Do you know? No. You heard of them a lot. A diagnosis is a condition of two not knowing. Di says like diameter, divide, etc. Agno is an agnostic, one who doesn't know. Not an unbeliever, but one who doesn't know. And osis is condition of in the technical lingo. That's those words. So a diagnosis is a condition of two not knowing. The patient didn't know. He run down and told an authority, and he didn't know, but he put a fancy word on the description you gave him. You got a, well, let's see, a stiff wrist here. So to me, it's a stiff wrist, and it hurts when you bend it. Okay. And maybe it's swollen, maybe it's a little red, and I go down and tell the good brother about it. You see, and he looks at it and takes pictures of it and runs the bill up unmercifully and takes several blood tests and urine tests. And he says, you got arthritis. Arthro is joint and itis means it's inflamed. Well, hell, I saw that in the first place. So that only cost you a few thousand maybe to get that word. But that's all it is, a condition of two not knowing. You didn't know what you were doing that made it necessary to be there, and he never even thought of it. But, you know, he could look one minute and say, yeah, that's air flame joint. But that's not a diagnosis. That's plain old English. But if I translate it into professional lingo, it's arthritis. Now we got a diagnosis. And then you can go get treatment. Now, you won't get it cured, but we can treat it. We can give you aspirin until they run out your ears and you got ulcers. And your blood gets so it's so thin that it bleeds right on through the capillaries and blood vessels and everything. You can have those, and that'll get you a stroke after a while, maybe. Then you really got another diagnosis, you know. So all that's so unessential. What we want to be is conscious. This develops. And what we're talking about is to develop this personality so that it is of excellent intelligence core. Okay? Now, the whole person works on it. You work on it by acting upon something. What are you going to act on? You're going to act on that you are spirit and that you're acting out roles. That's all I can do. I don't know anything to do that's not a role. Do you? Tell me something that I could come up with that wasn't be a role to play. Huh? Search me, I don't know. I'm like the little cell in there when you said, why? Search me, I don't know. So there isn't anything else we can do. But we can do that. But that requires that I pay attention and that I give up. This whole purpose of living is to be non-disturbed. That's the one that's hard. That's your pet that you really hate to give up, you know. And we hate to give up the little pet that says, I'm a pretty important person, and you should kowtow to me properly. And you should treat me nice at all times, you know. I don't know why you should, but that's what the pet is, that I should be treated. And if I'm snubbed or ignored in the least bit, I can sure be upset. That's another one of my little pets, isn't it? That's a nice little pet everybody carries around with. We could cover pets the rest of the day, but I think it's about time everybody stood up and took a slow down for a minute, and then we'll do another one. It's 11:30, and we'll do another one in a few minutes. We'll take one more question, and then everybody can go to lunch. How's that? You want to stand up? You want to just continue right where you are? Or I think everybody needs to stand up.
Yeah.
You know, there's only so much that our poor little vehicles will absorb. The oldest question, I think, that sticks around anywhere. Where are you? I think that was the first question old Adam got asked to him as I heard it, wasn't it? Where are you, kid? And he'd run off and hid somewhere because he had a misconception that he was naked and didn't look presentable. Of course, he'd been talking for days, but all of a sudden he discovered that he didn't look nice. So here it goes. So, where am I? Now, the biggest part of the where am I is concerned with is where are you in consciousness? Now, we all are reasonably aware of, if you don't travel too much, where you are at any given moment as far as geographic locations. We're in Lake Whitney, Texas, and we're at the Chapel of Light, and we're in the group room. Okay, we got that down. So what? Now, if you travel a lot, I wake up in the middle of the night sometimes and wonder where I am. And sometimes I have to get up and look on a marker or something in the room to see where I am. But, yeah, the phone book, well, they got 4 or 5 names on them, so I don't know. But look at the phone book and a few things. But usually they have a little promotional piece around that tells you where it is. Or maybe there's a matchbook in it laying there that has it. But now then they're changed a lot of time, and it just says 1-800 so-and-so Ramadas or Best Western or whatever. You still can't figure out where you are. But I said, well, it don't make any difference. I'll get up in the morning and find out. So sometimes you remember and sometimes you don't. So what we are really concerned with is where are you consciously? Are you in a state of limbo that you don't know what is? Do you know what's going on here? Do you know what you are? Are you listening to many different things, and so one person tells you you are a mortal being, another one tells you that you are a victim, another one tells you that you are an American, and another one tells you that you're an alien here. Huh? You've heard all those, haven't you? And how many more can you come up with that somebody tells you where you are? You're all these many things. You're in different places. My favorite one of saying on the general everyday run of where am I? I'm at a big party. I don't know exactly where the party is, except it's the planet Earth, and it's a beautiful garden here, and I'm sitting in it. Is that all right? So that suits me. In other words, if you can be satisfied and pleased and happy with where you are, that's got fine. But most people wonder if they're in the right place. If you have people asking you all the time, you think I should move to California? Do you think I should go to Arizona? Do you think I should get out of Texas? It's very depressed in part of the state now. I hear all these things every day, so somebody's wanting to know where to come. I went out and lived in Scottsdale for no particular reason, except that's where I wanted to be that day. And a whole bunch of people moved from Texas out there, and they had a horrible summer. It was too hot. The reason they left Houston was it was hot and muggy. They got to Arizona, it was a lot hotter and just as muggy. So, also, they said there was no work in Texas. Well, I noticed these people working all over the place, but they said there wasn't any. So they came out there, and there isn't any in Arizona either. Somebody asked me what my job is, and I said I haven't had a job in all my life. I've never had a job with a paycheck coming in. Never. And you wonder how I survived all these years, huh? I never had a job. So I tell them by my wits, that's all. So where are you in consciousness? Where are you? You figured out what you are. We talked about that a little while ago. We haven't acted on it yet, but we're going to, all right? Everybody's going to act on it. Consciously act out some roles on it. Now, where are you that you're acting out the role? One thing that we could look at this world for, that we're in, that it's a wonderful schoolhouse. A very large schoolhouse, covers the whole world. And we have about everything acted out in front of us. Another one you could say it's the stage, but there's a lot of plays being acted out, and you're one of the actors. If you're conscious, if you don't, somebody put you in a role and left you there, and you think, why did this happen to me? Did you ever wonder, why did this ever happen to me? Yeah. Well, we don't answer that. We just got cast in a role and went on and played it. Now then we can choose our own role, huh? Then you won't have to ask, why did this happen to me? You say, I'm playing this role now, right? And you don't want to play the role anymore, you can quit and play another role. Now, you can't quit playing roles. Either you're self-chosen or somebody else chosen. You've got to be playing a role. That's all you can do, right? No matter what, you got to be playing a role. You can play the role of anything you want to dream up. Now, you may not be proficient at it to start with, but if you play it for a while and conscious of what you're doing, and then play an opposite one every now and then, or a diametrically opposed one, pretty soon you can be very proficient at the role you're playing. Okay? Doesn't matter what it is. But that don't ever make you that thing. You're always spirit, indwelling a body, and an awareness or a personality. But the only thing any of us can do is play a role. Now, can you think of anything that isn't a role? Not one, right? So that's what you can do. Now, you might as well do it consciously, because if you don't, somebody else is going to cast you in a role and leave you there. And they liable to leave you there for years. They forget they put you in there, and they only give you a bit part. They don't give you a good one. So you only get a little bit role somewhere, huh? And it gets to be a rut after a while, so let's get out of it. I grew up in Kentucky, wasn't raised there. I just grew up there. And there was an old guy around the community that never did anything that anybody could catch on. He sit. His wife worked, his kids worked, but he sit. And somebody was always talking about the old man, and somebody was yakking away one time about him and said, I don't see why he even stays around. And my mother said, didn't you ever see that every piece of machinery has a governor on it? You know, an idle wheel. And she said, he's the idle wheel for the whole county. And if it wasn't for him, the thing would run away with itself. So I don't know whether that was right, but at least it suited her, I guess, to give that explanation. So where are you? Are you into role playing? Are you in role playing? That's someplace you could be in. Are you in role playing, or are you in just floating along? Like a chip on the ocean. I think that simile is used somewhere as you're tossed to and fro by every wind and doctrine that comes by. Somebody that looks like they pretending to be an authority says, well, now you should do this. So you start doing that. So you go do that role. And then another week, why some other authority comes by and he says a different run, so you start playing that one. Or you read another book. I mean, there's a lot of books out with roles in them already ready-made. The only thing is, they all say you should do it the rest of your life. I don't ever see any role I want to play the rest of my life. I couldn't conceive of one so interesting I wouldn't want a different one very shortly. I like to play many different roles the way to earn a living, not just one. I'm sure get caught. I got caught in that for several years, and it got to be very I don't want to do that one anymore. So I want to play a different role. Where are you? You are into role playing. I'm in role playing now. And I'm getting proficient at it. So if you get proficient at playing roles, I'm into playing opposing roles. Frequently, very frequently. Play this role for a little bit and play this role. Play a nice guy for a while, and then you play, just so-so. And let that go for a while, okay? You can play any role. And if you are into things, then you are, where are you? Developing in consciousness. You are increasing or developing consciousness or personality so that it is a generator instead of a reactor. Now, who wants to just be reacting all your life? You know, somebody pokes you, you dodge, and if somebody says something nice, you smile, and if somebody else says something slighting a little bit, why you get another look, and so on down the line. That's just reacting. That's being tossed to and fro. So I don't want to play the role of a chip on the ocean. It's available, but most people just never pick that role. They were cast in it by something else or by happenstance, circumstances. Some stimuli got them there, and no other stimuli come by to get them off, you know. That's a long way from San Francisco to Tokyo, and if a chip gets out there, it's got a long way to float, and there's nothing going to pick it out. But if you are in charge of yourself and knowing what you are, and you know where you are, you know that what you are, where you are, is to work at being more and more and more conscious. That's the role you're playing. Where are you in a conscious role? That's the only place I want to be. I don't care whether I'm in Lake Whitney or whether I'm in Scottsdale or whether I'm in Alaska or whether I'm in South America. Where am I? I'm playing an active role. I'm in an active role, a conscious role. I'm in a conscious role right now. If I'm not there, I'm asleep. That's pretty simple, isn't it not? If I'm not in a conscious role, I'm asleep. Consciously. I don't mean I'm laying in a nice little warm bed. I'm just asleep. And therefore subject to being bounced to and fro with all sorts of happenstance and things that I want or don't want or whatever. Doesn't really matter. But they're just, I'm being worked on, not working. Now, if I'm in a conscious role, so I'm going to put the answer out here, in a conscious role. Now, is that to tell you where you are? If you're there, fine. If you're not there, you're in sleep. You're in the sleep world. And it's not very funny because you have an awful lot of nightmares there, okay? All right, let's have questions. You can cover any one of these two we've covered. We'll get some more questions as the day goes along. Yes, Ms.
Let's say that I chose to pick the role of playing a bad guy. Then would I go, eventually would I...
If you just stayed with the role...
Would I feel guilty?
If you just didn't choose the role, if you chose the role and said, I'm going to do this to increase consciousness, and then I'm going to play the role of a nice one, opposite. Now, if you just played the role of a bad guy, you just go to sleep in it and play that from now on, and they wouldn't even know you were.
Well, but if I pick that role and
for the next 10 minutes.
Would I feel guilty?
Well, I don't see how you would if you picked it out and said, I'm going to play this role to increase myself. Try it, and let's do it for a little while. For 10 minutes, and then you can play Sweet Little Lady for 10 minutes, okay? And see if you don't feel wonderful. Okay? No, when you play bad guy, I said, we're not going to do any vicious things or anything. You're just being in technical street terms, smart ass for 30 minutes or 10 minutes, and then you play the Sweet Little Lady for 10 minutes, and you say, whew, that feels good. I chose my own role for 10 minutes. I know where I was for 10 minutes. It feels real good to know where you are. Otherwise, we're all lost. We don't know where we are in consciousness. So, where am I? In a conscious role of my own choosing, not somebody else's choosing. I chose the role. So I know where I am, and I know what I am. I'm a role player, spirit with a body, which makes it capable of playing a role, with an awareness function or a personality that makes it capable of playing a role. And I'm in that role right now, so I know what I'm doing. Okay, another question, comment? Okay.
You talked about being in the sleep state a moment ago, and you used the word I. Were you talking about the spiritual side, the physical side?
Well, no, I wasn't talking about sides. I was talking about the whole thing's asleep. I was talking about the unit is asleep. I wasn't talking about pieces. If you don't give a conscious statement of information to X, it sleeps. Why should it stay awake? It can wake up instantaneously. So if you say, let's get up and go kill a steer, why, man, you haven't on the way to kill a steer. But if you just sit there and said, I'm going to wait till Spirit tells me something to do, we'll be here from now on. Somebody decides something, right? I won't do nothing. I won't do anything. Just keeps the body functioning a little bit, way low coma state, or a sleep state. Everybody sleeps, and the whole thing sleeps. If you're not half awake, well, you're dreaming then. But if you're really asleep, the whole thing's asleep. This is a unit, not anything separate in it.
Can we separate the physical body, let that sleep, and not let the spiritual side sleep?
Can we do what now?
Can we separate?
Well, yes. I see that happen quite frequently. Then we have a funeral. The minute you separate spirit from body, all you got to do is make the body uninhabitable by spirit, and you separate it right then and there. Not quick, but then we have a funeral or some similar thereof, you know.
Did we, in the evolution of growing up, weren't the roles cast upon us?
Oh, yeah.
And then if we don't
you just stay hung in them from now on.
Until we're 90 years old.
Or whatever day the body ceases to be uninhabitable, and then it moves up.
Or you take the active.
And then you can change it at any time, and you can begin to go. So you start asking what you are and where you are, and we'll get 2 more questions before the day is over. Valid questions. Now, all the many, many questions. Yes, we were casting roles from childhood. I said yesterday or last night that a child can be made into a victim, not the rest of us. And sometimes we forget we ever grew up. We did it so gradual we never noticed. I remember what a shock it was one morning. I woke up and realized my feet were 6 foot further down the bed. It was a shock. You know, really, a big one. I may have been the only person who ever noticed that, but we grow so slowly we never realize we grew up. So Mama cast me in the role of being a whatever, and the school teacher cast me in another role, and another person influenced me to go in another role. So pretty soon all our roles were set, and we sleep through the trip. That's about it. Okay? Yeah?
To use your example a few minutes ago, I say, I'm going to go kill a steer, and I do that. It always seems to me that I'm following a nod eye. That just a nod eye says I should go kill a steer.
Well, if you could be doing that, or it could be that you wanted to play the role of a butcher for a few minutes and see what it was like, and then you wanted to play the role of a herdsman for a while to keep them all running.
But it seems like there's just a nod eye that says I should play the role of a butcher.
Didn't anything say you should play any role. I said I want to play the role. There's an awful difference whether I choose the role or feel I should do it. If I should be a good guy all the time, I didn't consciously choose that role. If I want to be a bad guy all the time, I didn't consciously choose that role. So the difference is whether I choose the role or whether it just seemed that something told me to do it. I hear people all the time say, I was told inside myself to go do so-and-so. And they always attribute that to God. God never told you to go do anything. He gave you an awful lot of information so you could choose to be a conscious being and choose your own roles. But, you can sit here and be quiet for a long time. Yes, you'll hear a lot of nod eyes. One of them will tell you to... young man came in a restaurant I was running one night, and I had met him one time at a something or other up in Albuquerque, and he came in and said, I'm on the way that I read in the scripture that God feeds the birds of the air and clothes the lilies of the field, and even greater than Solomon. And so I quit work and I'm on the way. So I would like to have dinner at your restaurant tonight. I said, well, that's fine. What are you willing to pay for it? It's got the menus there. We're happy to serve you. He said, well, I don't have any money. I said, well, this is a business. And he said, but God feeds the birds. I said, well, go get God. Don't come to me about it. So he went over to one of the other people who worked there and said, I want to spend the night with you. And I went over and said, hey, let God supply his room tonight. Don't you do it, because he's talking about God going to take care of all these things. So he went back home the next day. He spent a cold night on the side of the road and no food. So he went home where he'd been and went back and got his job back and went to work. There is a story that told years ago that there was a wolf out walking through the woods one day, or a man went walking through the woods, and he saw a fox with no legs that all been lost in a fox fight or whatever. Anyway, he had no legs. But he was just as fat and round as he could be. So the man said, now here is something wonderful. Here is a lesson for me to learn. I'm going to watch and see how this fox stays fat and not able to walk. Barely waddle across the patch where he was laying. So he parked himself out there, and after several hours, there was a lion came along and drug up a piece of a carcass and laid it down in front of the fox and trotted away. And the guy said, I see. So he sat down by the door of a building and sat there, and rich men came by and poor men came by, working men came by, but nobody left him anything, and he got hungrier and hungrier and hungrier. And after a good many days, he had a hallucination one day in his hunger and cold and sitting at the side of the road. And he heard a voice that said, you have 2 legs. Be like the lion. Don't be like the fox. So he was asked to play a role. Now he jumped at a conclusion, and he should just, if anything, just sit down. Why, you get fed after a while, huh? No, that's only for unfortunate ones. If the fox has his legs cut off, then the other animals will feed him. But if he's got 4 legs, they're not going to feed him. Go out and get it. We got 2. Go get it, man. Don't sit around and think, man, I'm a privileged soul and I'm very holy and righteous, so everybody should feel me full here. No. If I have something to contribute, I'm quite free to contribute it, but I earn my living by working. Okay, any more questions? Okay, let's take a break. It's now 12 o'clock and a little bit we after, and it says in the form we read last night, we get off at 12 today, and lunch is on the house for $6. In other words, it's available downstairs for a $6 bill to have lunch, and we will start here at 2:30. I will be around and we'll announce, and in the meantime, enjoy dinner. And if everybody would like to act out a little conscious role, 2 or 3 of them while they're at it would be fine. And then you can answer 2 questions. You can answer the first one and the second of the valid question. We will take the 3rd and the 4th this afternoon. Okay? Any other questions? Enjoy dinner. Lunch. The 3rd question. We said these are valid questions. Now, these are things you can check up on, right? There's nothing here that you have to accept on belief or faith or gullibility, which is what faith usually passes for, as gullibility. The definition most people give of faith is gullibility. So faith to me is being able to make up your mind one way and be done with it. But we'll leave that. So the 3rd question is, what's going on here? Now I think we can check up on that. What's going on here? I'll write them out very carefully so you can read it. Draw a line under that one. We'll cover it. What's going on here? Now, there's many ways of describing it, but I like my way best, okay? But remember that my way is not the only way. It's just the way I see it. What's going on here is that we are on planet Earth. We arrived kind of unknowingly and found ourselves here one day. Now, there is a parable that I kind of like that describes it. It says a certain great man was putting on a feast. He's celebrating something, I don't know what, maybe his last million or his first million or whatever it was. But anyway, he put on a big shindig. And he invited a whole bunch of people to come. And on the day when he got all the barbecue ready and all the beans cooked and everything, he told his henchmen to go out and tell all these people, the feast is on, get over here. The barbecue's ready, the sauce is cooked, the beans are cooked, the coleslaw's ready, and what have you. So they went out there and they went to the first guy and said, you're invited to, he'd been invited before, but the feast is ready, come on over. He said, I can't come today because I just bought a farm and I got to go out and have to survey it today. So he couldn't go. So another man went to one and he said he just bought a new John Deere tractor and he had to go try it out. He couldn't come. Excuse me. And he went to another family. The servants went to another guy and he said, my father just died. I can't come. I got to bury the old man. And he went to another one that's supposed to come, and he couldn't come because he just got married and he had to take his wife on a honeymoon. And this went on and on and on, and so finally the guys come back and told the man that was putting on the party that nobody's coming. They all had excuses. They couldn't make it. And it said he got wrought up. That means he got ticked off in no uncertain terms. And he said, my house is going to be filled and they're going to eat all this food. I got it cooked and got it ready and bought all these critters and now we're going to have it. So he sent them out. He said, you go up and down Skid Row and you bring all those drunks and all those people, homeless is the word today, isn't it? Homeless, that's very in. You get all the homeless and the hungry and the sick and you bring them in here, the lame and the halt, I don't care what. You bring them in here. I'm going to fill this house up and we're going to have a dinner party. So they went out and got him. Now that's a parable, and a parable, of course, is about that Spirit started out to bring only conscious people into this world. But inasmuch as they didn't show up, they were not interested. They went off to other planets or something else. They call them ascended masters today, I think. They didn't come to the party. So what come was us. The people out of the lanes and alleys and drunks and what have you. In other words, we were drug in here unconscious. If you notice, that's the way you got here. Drug in here unconscious, probably in the wee hours of the morning, and you didn't know what was going on, and you never have found out. So we're going to try to relate it out here today, that we got drug into this big party without knowing it. And so if you found yourself at a big party and people playing all sorts of games and you didn't know where you were, you'll have to take that thing serious. You'll have to think it's important. But really, it's just a party going on. That's all it is. And so if you play in a party, you have a lot of games playing, right? But if you don't know it's a game, it seems awful serious. So we play all sorts of games. We got gobs of them running on around the country. We got some of the big games. You know, the big games are power politics. That's the way they have tax reform and raise the taxes. They have marriage games, and they have all traffic games. They got those, and you know, it's awful easy to take that thing serious out there, because you know, it's like any game. First playing the game, you got to have players. Then you got to have rules of the game. You got to have an official. And then there's, you either win or you lose. Right? That's the elements of a game. Now, can you tell me anything that's going on in this world that hasn't got that on there? Huh? Everything's like that. You got traffic game, we got players, gobs of us out there playing. And we got rules. They even take us down once every few years and ask us if we know the rules. Doesn't mean we know we're going to play them. It just means we know them. Is that right? 55 rules is a game, but who's going to play with the rules? You know, you cheat a little bit. But the official out there does try to enforce it. And he issues a little ticket, and that's a penalty, or you get to keep your license, and that's the reward. You get to renew it without even going by them, huh? That's it. That's the reward. Doesn't mean you didn't fudge. It meant you didn't get caught. That's all. So we got these games. Now we have a jillion more games. We got the business game. So there's 4 big games. It's power politics, the healing arts, theology, and big business. Now big business plays the game of telling you what's in, or what's pretty. They tell you what's pretty, and if you've had it 2 years, it's not pretty. I don't care whether you touched it or not. You know, if you got a car that's 2 years old, you wouldn't be caught on the street with that thing, you know, and if you were, way out. If your tie is, this is a wee bit wide. They're shrinking these days, and I haven't put it in the pot yet to shrink it, so it's a wee bit wide. The lapels are about right. And I've had the suit for a long time, so double-breasted are coming in. All the big shots wearing double-breasted suits now. I don't button it, so I'm not in the crowd. You're supposed to have it buttoned, but works. So you have all these games to play, and then we have an awful lot of other games that we play all the time, like marriage and baseball and football and business. And unconscious, the way we got here. So we don't remember that we were at the party. Never did know it. We woke up and found all this stuff going on, and so we assume that it's for real. Didn't know it was a party. So we take it very seriously, and nobody consciously knows that they're doing it. Now, as soon as you wake up and see, oh, sure, this is a party, now I can play a role here. I can play any number of roles I want. So I can go to the party and say, well, let's see, I want to play cook today. I like that. So I go in and do a little cooking, huh? That doesn't make me a cook. I'm just a guest that's there. We started here. I'm a human being. I'm a spirit with a body and a certain personality, and I know how to cook. So we go in and cook for the party. Not forever, just today, or for a few hours. One meal's enough. Then we can look around and say, well, now these people are playing companionship over here. So I'll go over and play companionship for a while. So I'll go play a companion to somebody for a bit. All right? Nice game. Real pleasant game, but you can quit after a while. Is that right? So now you could begin to have any game you want. So you are, developing consciousness. You are growing. So without knowing what's going on here, we're caught in a fog. And could you imagine anything more horrible than if you were a little kid and playing pin the tail on the donkey? Now, you know the rules of the game of pin the tail on the donkey? What is it? Tell me. The blindfold on one kid. And he gets the tail and the pin, and the donkey sits still on the wall. And they spin him around, and then he goes. Now, let's change the rules of the game more fitting to this one that's going on here. Let's blindfold all the kids and give them all the tail and a pin. Now it gets funny. Now, this is a description of the real game that's going on here, right? Now, can you see how much more interesting it would be that way? Huh? Everybody's got a pin, huh? Wouldn't be dull. Be a lot of screaming, a lot of hollering. If you poke somebody, you blame them for being in the way. If somebody pokes you, you blame them for hurting you, right? And everybody's out here wandering around. Now, everybody who is unaware of what they are, and where they are, and what's going on here, is in the big game of pin the tail on the donkey with everybody blindfolded. Now, can you imagine how much fun the head honcho of the party, the one that's putting on the party, is having? He's sitting up in the balcony, and he's laughing till his insides hurt. Can you imagine that now? Now, are you beginning to get the picture of what's going on here? This is what's going on all over the place now. So, what would you do in a situation like that? The only thing to do is take the blindfold off. Is that right? So that's what we're talking about. That you're conscious, then you're not blindfolded anymore. You're answering your questions here, and only with answering these questions could you claim any degree of consciousness. You'd have to say all these kids blindfolded and playing pin the tail on the donkey, and all of them with a pin and a tail, rushing around bumping each other without knowing what's going on. I wouldn't be conscious with it. So without the proper questions, you don't have much chance to ever get there. So this world is taken for real. What is it? A big party the host put on because he had to bring in not the guest he intended to, the conscious folks, which, as we say now, are ascended masters, but he had to bring in these Skid Row folks. That's how we got here. Unconscious, wee hours of the night, woke up. When we woke up, where'd all those big things come from? And so we got cast in various roles. Do you have children? Yes. You cast them in roles as it went along. One of them was to be good, so they wouldn't embarrass you. Is that right? And you cast them in certain other roles along. Nothing wrong in that, except that you tell them sometime, now look, I put you in this role so you could kind of grow up to here. Now you choose your own roles. So they begin to catch on what it is. They sober up after a while over this jaunt they brought in on, so they can be entitled to know what's going on here. And they can see that, and it might surprise you as to what they do with it. Now they can choose their roles. They can choose many roles, and now they are beginning to have conscience. You can give them questions that goes along, are valid questions, not sick ones. The sick questions are, why did this happen to me? Why did that happen here? Why was this situation come upon me, and etc. But now we've been cast into many roles, and we cast ourselves in a few of them. Some of us managed to do considerable complaining. Now you'd hardly think that that's a role unless you kind of led into things. They call you that as giving you what's really going on. They call that initiation. That's a high-sounding word. I don't know what it means, but it sounds good. when you have the proper questions to inquire into things, now then somebody said, well, we did drag you in here out of the lane where you were sleeping under a hedge bush, but now then you're here, we're going to let you know what's going on. Can you imagine the relief of these people who got drug into this party when they got enough to, and somebody told them what was going on? It was just a big party instead of a dog-eat-dog situation from beginning to end. That's what they felt it was, that they were in here and threatened from all sides. Right? Now then, they can kind of begin to look and see. I think it's a considerable relief to me. It's like waking up out of a nightmare, you know. It's really not happening. This is a big joke we got going on here. It's a big play. Now then, you could begin to consciously act out a role. You could act out many roles. Now, I think if you picked one, well, an obvious one would be, well, if that's what it is, a big old party, I can be what to me is a good guest. But if you played that too long, you go to sleep on it. So every now and then you need to pack in another role. It's nice to keep that one in handy, but you don't want to stay with it all the time because you go to sleep. You want to develop consciousness so that you're aware of what's going on out here, so that whatever the other guests do at the party, these people is drug in just like you and I were, or whatever, that you can understand them and see what's going on. They all feel very right, proper, and justifiable in their fighting because they feel that they're in a very precarious, dangerous position, right? I feel they're very dangerous. Now, there are certain secret societies, so-called, that go around. I think everybody knows about them, and some of us may belong to one of them, okay? They have an initiation, and they put on a simile of the big party. I'm not going to quite blow that one out and tell everybody what goes on from one to the other, because maybe you want to join it later. But that wouldn't be fair then. But they do put on a simile of being brought into a party without knowing what's going on and the party's going on. And they can have everybody climbing the walls and screaming at each other and angry at everybody else and all sorts of things because they put it on where you see it that way. And so then after it's all done and everybody had their big episodes, then they sit and tell them what went on and how they put it on and why they did it and so forth. And they have a great number of people who are called the degree team. And the degree team are the most awful people you ever run into. You know, they punch your buttons everywhere they can be punched. They push all your buttons. So then after a while you recognize that the degree team has. Now the people that you find most obnoxious to you, you have a few people in the world you know it's a little bit obnoxious. They belong to the degree team. And you couldn't put on an initiation without them. So this being an initiation into real life, it couldn't be done without them. I have put on a few schools around over the country. We sometimes put on a situation that runs from 6 months to a year, usually approximately a year, and usually in some place that most other people would think was not the place to really live, either hot in the Martin Desert or up in the snow country or what have you. And we have to take these people who are obnoxious along. They are the very essential that's there. Now everybody wonders, why did Bob let that so-and-so come? He's lazy, or she's always making trouble, or she gets in everybody's hair and all this kind of stuff. But when we finish it up, we tell everybody what the role of these certain people were. Now, we don't have to have these like the lodge bits and do. We just pick them out. We know how they're going to behave, you know. And some of them you would find extremely obnoxious. But they are essential there because you can never figure out what's going on unless you had them. So we have these people with, it's making everything miserable for you. Well, they not, maybe don't do anything to make you miserable, but they sit while you do things. That's enough to make you miserable, isn't it? Right. That's enough to get your air up in a hurry, isn't it? While they just sit while you do all the work. Right. I'm out there shoveling snow. Somebody's out shoveling snow, and here's somebody sitting away reading the book. And the person shoveling the snow gets... So, but you see, these people are essential. So, these are all at the big party. Can you be thankful for them because they teach you the most valuable thing you will ever have is consciousness. You've discovered what you are. You're a spirit, indwelling a body and a personality. Where are you? You are in the place of playing roles. And what's going on here? There's a big party going on, and the host did not ask you or me to check out the guest list. Is that right? Now, the host found them interesting or useful, or they weren't invited, even though they had to be drug out of the skid rows and out of the lanes and out of the homeless parks. Okay? They had to be here. The host found them interesting. Now, if he finds them interesting, it's none of your business. Is that right? Somebody may wonder why he invited you. But I have noticed that after somebody is no longer interesting to the host, they're not here any longer. Is that right? Now, you asked me a question about a certain person came into the world. What? They're D-team. Okay? That's all according to how you can see it. Is that right? Now, if you see it as that, then it was wonderful. If you don't see it as that, oh, how sad and unfortunate. But the host has got every conceivable kind of person here. That's why we're all look different in here. And we're every one a very decidedly good teacher for the other one, some way, somehow or other. Everybody is to everybody else. So we don't have to have some pious individual says, I'm a teacher, I'm an authority, and you have to listen to me or else you are damned for all eternity. You just got other people around. That's all it really takes. Because you rub some people the wrong way too. And there's a lot of them rub you the wrong way, right? Some people say she makes me feel guilty. She's always up doing something. Every time I sit down and read a book, she's up doing something, trying to make me feel guilty. You ever hear that? Yeah. It's simple. 1, 2, 3. So you see that everything that's going on here is fitting for somebody. Maybe it has not a thing to do with me. And it's like you asked me, did everything have value? No, not to me. I maybe have somebody else, but a lot of things don't have any value whatsoever to me. They're as meaningless as they can be. Now, what's going on is this big party happening out here. Big one. Covers from one end to the other. Now, everybody knows that certain people, nations in the world, bad people, aren't they? You know that right off the bat. Certain nations, everybody there is bad. You ought to be run the ocean or shot or done something to them, drop a bomb on them, whatever. If they wouldn't fire one back, well, we'd go do it. You know, the only people that ever had a bomb dropped on people was ones that didn't have one. You ever notice that? As soon as the rest of them got one, we get very holy and don't drop bombs anymore. We just had the rest of them without them. Watch us, though. You're going to do it my way. But pretty soon the host saw that the show had to go on, so everybody's got a bomb or wants one, you know. And there it goes. So everybody's got a role to play if you want to play it. If you don't, somebody's going to cast you in a role and leave you stuck there the rest of your life. Somebody's stuck in a role of being a dishwasher. Somebody's stuck in the role of being an executive. Somebody's stuck in the role of being a drunk. Somebody's stuck in the role of being a helper. You know, that's a holy role, isn't it? If there's anything I don't like is somebody helping me. I love for people to work with me, but I don't want anybody helping me, because before you can help me, you got to look down on me. Is that right? And then you can drag me part of the way up to your exalted height. I don't need it. I'd love to have you work with me. We can go work together. That's fine. But don't try to help me. There's people call me up and says, will you help me? And I always say, no. Well, after that has its due effect, I say, I would be glad to work with you, but I'm not going to help you because first I'd have to look down on you, and I don't look down on you, period. I think you're got the same equipment everybody else has, right? You got your spirit, you have a body, you have an awareness that can be developed into a workable situation. So I'll be glad to work with you, but I'm not going to help you. So don't ever call me up and ask me if I'll help you, because I'll tell you, yeah. And then I'll wait a little while and tell you I'll be glad to work with you. But that seems to relieve the pain after a while. But it produces a lot when you say no. But they think a little bit after that. Now, what difference would it be? Oh, yes, I'll be glad to help you. Here somebody comes and lays yourself down. They'd give up their responsibility. Now, if we're going to work together, you got to be responsible and I got to be responsible. But if I'm going to help you, you can let it all hang over there. I'll go do all the work. Sweet. I'll play that game. So now, can you begin to look and see what's going on here? Now, you have it all in front of you everywhere as you look. I don't have to keep spelling it out. You can look at it everywhere as you like. You can see it anywhere as you look. Is that right? Big old party going on. Can you see it about anywhere now? Yeah. And can you see that, Barbara? Everywhere? Doesn't mean a thing. All right. Now then, is there any questions on any of these three we've covered so far? 3 valid questions. Any questions you want to throw out? Any comments you want to make? Any put down you want to put out? It'll be all right. Just talk. Clear as mud, huh? Is there anything anybody wants to yank on that one? Floor is open. Okay. That didn't take long. So we will stop a minute. You don't have to leave if you don't want to, but we'll stop a minute. And if you come up with a question in another minute or two, well, tell me so. In the meantime, it's getting hot in here, and I'm going to take this jacket off and lay it over here on the piano. And you can look at my other thing. Yeah, it's in the pocket. You got to have that great thing. That's the only reason to wear the jacket in the first place. Have a place to put that thing. Okay, you want me to put... Go ahead.
If you're watching somebody like in the divorce game or the battering game and stuff like that, you're observing that as the game that's going on there?
Yeah, they got the marriage game and don't know how to play it, and they don't know where they are, and they don't know what's going on, so they're sticking up for their rights. Is that right? Huh? I said we was drug in. Every one of us, including these people you were talking about, was drug into this party, more or less unconscious in the wee hours of the night, and we woke up here, and certainly we didn't know what was going on, but we've heard that people played a game called marriage, and so you got in it, and then each one of them started sticking up for their rights, which none of us have. Is that right? We all got drug in here, so we have lots of privileges, but no rights. And so then they start battering each other, right? May the biggest one win is the way it works out, huh? I see it all over and frequently talk with them. And I'll ask the person, the batterer or the batteree every once in a while, why do you stay there and get battered, you know? Well, it's my obligation. What would you say? No.
Or it's into what do people think?
Oh, yeah. All these endless questions that don't have any answers. Here's the valid question. What will people think? I can tell you what they'll think. They're wondering what you're thinking about them. So, you know, that's a big waste of time. Right? But this is a big one that goes on. What will people think if I get a divorce? What will people think if I do this? What will people think if I do something else? There's no answer to those kind of questions, but those are what we said was invalid question. Invalid is the same word as invalid, so they're sick, very sick questions. And if you put the valid question here, it's not sick. You can answer this, you can check it up. What's going on here? Well, this person that is playing that game doesn't see it's a game. They're taking this thing serious, and I've tried to tell them about it, and they didn't listen, so I'm going to pull a Hank Snow. I'm a move, fast as possible, Why wait 37 years to do it? I've talked to many people that waited approximately that long before they finally said, I don't have to put up with this. It takes a long time for some little simple thing to seep through. An old gentleman said that he could send a message around the whole earth in less than 3 minutes, and it took over 25 years to pound an idea through a human skull, quarter of an inch thick. So it's kind of worthwhile knowing about it. It's got some holes in it. It's got a hole in here on each side and one in here, and it's got a couple up here. And if you just use those things, you can see what's going on. Now, if you have a little inkling, somebody has to say, maybe tell you along the way, well, look, we're putting on a party, and we didn't tell everybody what it was, and everybody's taking this thing serious. If somebody would give you a little thing, you wouldn't have to hunt and hunt and hunt for 30 years. There was a time when if you went to a school and understood that you made it known that you wanted to develop your consciousness, everything was by very indirect methods. They told funny stories. They had people doing certain things, and you had to figure this out all by yourself. And there was a lot of written stories. And many times without a clue, you didn't get anywhere. Well, they had some guy around who thought if you'd done through enough and proved you're sincere, he'd give you a fiendish little clue, like going on what do they call these things, a scavenger hunt or a treasure hunt? Is that something like that? Give you a little clue. One here and there. About 6 years ago, it was decided to flatly lay it out simply because the time was essential to do it, and that there wasn't time or place in the present man-made world for people to spend 15 years off in isolation somewhere trying to learn one little point. So it's being laid out flat. Now, what you're going to do with it is up to you. If you want to use it, it's available. If you want to ignore it, have fun. That's it. There's no sweat about it, but it is being made available. What's being made available to all of us today was an unheard of thing to be made available 20 years ago. You could have gotten vague hints. You could read a book and talk about somebody behaving this way at a certain time and over here another time, and maybe you were told that that book was all something other than what it is. It was a storytelling to illustrate a point. Just bring out the point, that's all. But who knows whether we'd ever fall for it or not, or whether we'd ever catch on. Now it's laid out blunt, cold, simple. Here it is. Take it, use it, and live, or you can ignore it, leave it laying there. It's not going to rot, okay? It won't hurt it a bit. The next question is, what can I do? Now, is all four of these questions valid questions? Are they questions you've ever put to yourself, or are they quite a little different? What you've ordinarily put to yourself was, who am I? Why was I born here? What work is there for me to do on earth? Why did the good Lord put me here? On and on, a bunch of stuff like that. We didn't ask where we were. We want to know where we should be. Where is my place in the world? Is there any certain work for me? Should I be here, or am I wasting my time here? What am I doing just doing this little simple thing because anybody could do that? More than likely they couldn't. And we don't ask what's going on here. We ask, why can't I have it this way, or why can't I have it that way, and so forth. A lot of why questions. And why did this ever happen to me, and what's going on? And we don't ask what we can do. We ask, what should I do, maybe? And why can't I do so-and-so like everybody else? I had a little lady come to visit me one time years ago, and she said, well, I'll tell you my story quickly. I had an unhappy childhood. I said, join the rest of us. It's miserable being a kid. Real miserable. Can you imagine having to go through that again? That's why I won't buy reincarnation. I'd have to be a bambino again and have my diapers changed. Crap. Yeah, I don't want to go through all that noise again. I have to grow up and go to somebody's stupid school and let them tell you all sorts of stuff. So, you don't want to go that one route, do you? Huh? I wouldn't want that. So, we have it all laid out now. What do you want to do? We don't ask, what can I do? We ask, what should we do? What ought I to do? Why can't I have, like everybody else? The girl said all she wanted in this world after she had the unhappy childhood was just to be happy like everybody else. And I said, you are. They're all kicking and screaming now. If that's all you want, you have it. Go home. Essentially, we do all have everything. We have everything. We're different from one to another, but we have everything that you really need and can use. You have food, clothing, shelter, and transportation ever since you've been at the party. Is that right? You've been here good years. You arrived here as helpless as it could be, about almost unconscious. And you found slaves ready to take care of you and look after you and raise you up. And you've had food, clothing, shelter, and transportation ever since you've been in this world. Is that right? So it looks to me like a pretty good party. The host took care of the whole thing there. Now, I can do interesting things, or I can bitch about doing anything. Now, we've all had interesting things to do. Is that right? We've all had a companion if we wanted it. Right? Maybe several of them. Did you hear about the guy that got married 18 times in about 4 years? They found out the problem was he was addicted to wedding cake. Everybody thought he was hard to get along with. So he wasn't hard to get along with at all. So that's part of the party. So what can you do? You can consciously play roles. Hey, you know anything else you could do? I don't. I've been sticking around for a good number of years, and I've traveled. I've talked to a few wise men in my time, and the only thing I can figure any of us can do other than muddle through, we can all do that, we can all muddle along in stimuli response machines. The only thing we can consciously do is play a role. We can play as many roles as we want, and the more we play our roles this way and this way and this way and this way and then this way, the quicker we develop it. Now, when you get it developed, you can use it any way you see fit, but first, before you get anything going, you have to develop it, We started off, how many of us type here? We started off with A, S, D, F, K, J, L, M, semicolon, and we got that down pat, and then we can go a little further and a little further. Is that right? Until we learned that whole keyboard, and now we can sit there and blah, 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 blah. So we do it consciously, but we had to play the role as though we were a typist before we got to be one. Is that right? Now, anything and everything else, we have to play it. Now, to be a conscious being, you have to play the role of being conscious. Right? And that's picking up different roles. Because if you just do the same thing, it may be that you just have it. But if you play different ones, it shows you are conscious that you can change your roles back and forth. You're acting upon it, right? And if you act upon it, pretty soon you get it proficient. So what can you do? You can develop consciousness. The rest of it is all pretty well put together there and all working all right. Spirit doesn't need any additions. The body is pretty good as it starts out. We said, what would you add to it to try to improve it, I don't know of anything. I know a few guys that like to think they improve them, but I think they're improving their bank account more than anything else. And we could go on with whatever. Now, what we can do, what can I do, is develop consciousness. And it's fairly simple to do, and it's something that is kind of worthwhile doing. It gives you more inner feeling of joy than anything else you can do, because now you're in charge. Where before we don't always feel in charge, we feel that everybody else is running my life. I don't get to do anything I want to do. I just have to do what they want to do all the time. And I'm so worried, and I'm so tired, and I don't know what to do. And I do everything and nobody will help me while I'm working up a storm, and everybody's sitting watching TV or reading a book, got their nose stuck in a book somewhere. And this goes on and on. Now, we have 4 questions, and you can take them with you. And I think the more you look at them, the more you see they're valid. And other questions that you would put to yourself are invalid. Now, when you put a question to yourself, the nature of the situation is, we said there's a little guy that runs around from brain cell to brain cell and asks that question. Now, if you put an invalid one, it's an unanswerable question, it runs forever and it'll tear you up. If you put a valid question, you can get answers to them. We have given you more than a hint as to what the answer is, right? I give you more than a hint. But you have to use it. It's worthless to you if you just say, oh, isn't that nice, or so forth, and put it away. You got to work on it. What is the work on it? What can you do? Play a role. Play many roles that I choose, not that somebody gives me. I don't want to be a Hollywood actor and let somebody else give me the role and I go down and learn it. You know, he didn't choose the role. He was said, well, you go to work, and all people in Hollywood is looking for a job today. And if there's a role to play, whether it's commercial or what have you, they'll take you pretty well. How about right? You read Variety, huh? They're looking for a job. All of them are looking for a job. Even the one that's got a job now knows it's going to run out for long, so he's looking for another one. So you can play roles of your own choosing. So I think I've put it that I can choose the role, write the plot, act out, direct the part, and play the role. So I can do it all. So then you are developing consciousness. Now we'll stay here and talk until you get tired of talking, and we'll all go home.
Could you just spend a minute on...
Sure.
Does it follow that the more flexible you are in role-playing, the less physical deterioration, the correlation between this and physical illness?
Physical illness, as we put up yesterday, is when environment's unlike, inner feeling, activity, and nutrition. Now, are you in charge of all these? Obviously, I'd want to be. Over here is your state of being. Now, the more mechanical the person is, the more they're going to be gone from here. Do you ever notice that you go in a restaurant and somebody sets something down in front, everybody feels obligated to clean the plate up? You were told from you as a kid, clean your plate up, clean your plate up. Well, what? If I don't want it, I'm going to leave it. So these all become not under your control. They all become under somebody else's control, right? And obviously, they're not interested in your well-being. They're only interested in you pleasing them at the best. Huh? So these get very far from optimum. And when they're far from optimum, the state of being is far from optimum. So the average person deteriorates very rapidly. Now, I think that 80 years of age should be just getting in your prime. That should be early middle age, at the best, at the worst. Maybe a lot better. I think they said old Isaac and a bunch of those people lived 600-700 years. Well, 80 was just early adolescence. They didn't even think about getting him a wife till he was 120. They didn't even think about him needing a girlfriend till that time. So it must have been adolescence or even pre-adolescence. And Abraham and Sarah said, well, wait a minute, this kid's growing up, we better go get him a wife. So they sent some guys off to fetch him one, right? That correct? So he was just, you know, a kid out there wandering around the field, whistling or something. When he was 80, 120, they decided, well, he's kind of starting growing up here, we better get him a girlfriend. And, you know, 80 now, we think he don't need a girlfriend. He's over the hill. Forget all about it. So I think that you would see here, yes, if you could play roles consciously, you would keep these in pretty close to optimum everywhere, and this then would get to be optimum. But if you are letting everybody else run it, your environment will probably be noisy and contentious. Your inner feeling will have all sorts of things like anger and guilt and fear and insecurity and all those good, nice things. Your activity was that, you know, they tell you that the less you move, the better. How many people do you know who think positively to get a parking place so they won't have to walk with 10 feet to the store? Huh? So the activity is like you were talking about in retiring a while ago. The less activity you have, the better off you are. Is that the general way the world puts things out? Now we have this business of fitness going on. It's kind of swinging at the other pendulum until you run and pound your shin bones apart and all these things. Can't do anything in rhyme or reason, but at least I could walk across the parking lot. When I go to park, I actually try to find a place way away from where the door is, because, and not in July and August in Phoenix. I don't. I get as close as possible. But any this time of year, I'm going to park way out there because I get to walk then. That otherwise, walking for no purpose sounds funny to me, you know, to just get up and walk down the street this way and then walk back. That's flat. Now, if there's something to see down there or something to do, that's fine. So if I'm going shopping, I got a reason to walk over to the store. But just to say, well, I'm going down and park my car and walk over there so many blocks and back so many blocks. Oh, that don't make sense. Does it to you? No. Let's do something. But if there's a way to activity, so we have some activity. But we're told that the least activity shows we're more intelligent. And our nutrition, whew. Can you read it? Do you ever read labels on food products? What usually starts off? Sugar.
Salt.
And salt. And then it goes from on down there, and then a lot of other things says, no sugar added. So you grab that up, and it starts off with corn syrup. First ingredient. And then it goes on down from there with a few other good items like that. Corn syrup and then dextrose and a few other kind of sugars. But it doesn't have any sucrose added to it. Isn't that wonderful? I know a few people that's somewhat diabetic, and they run in the store and buy those things that says no sugar added. And I said, did you ever read the label on that thing? Why don't you go over there and get you a bottle of Karo syrup and drink it, you know, if you want something. It's getting the same stuff in there. So there's all kinds of foolers in there. So here is ones that you would be in charge of. So I think it would increase the well-being of the person. I don't think so. I know so. But I don't ask anybody to know that except me until you've checked it out. It does increase the well-being. It does certainly, as far as we know, could increase the longevity. Now, nobody will ever know whether anybody's lifespan was increased or not, because I don't know how long you'd lived otherwise. We don't have a chance to run a parallel there, do we? No way to run a control. So, but if you live longer than the insurance actuary says, we say you're doing pretty good. Is that all right? And they want to mark you off at what age these days?
79.
Oh, no, 71 and a fraction. 71 and a fraction. 71 in about 4 months or something like that. You're supposed to. That's where the actuary table made their deal on you, okay? Social Security says now they don't want to pay you till 70 because they know at the most they're going to pay you a year and a half average. So,
I believe that.
Huh?
I believe that.
Well, sure. That's right. They're raised up to 70 now. So then your state of being has in balance to this. That we can find out awful easy. We can find that out very easy. Does that help answer yours? Okay. Next comment? Question? Yes, ma'am.
I guess I'm confused. I have a question of where spirit with the capital S comes in as if we're choosing our own roles and we're going to be our own director and our own...
Uh-huh. Spirit doesn't do anything unless it has that aspect of yourself. Remember, it's not a part, it's an aspect. And unless you decide to do something, how long does it take before spirit does it? But if you decided and there's no spirit there, in the first place you couldn't decide because there would be nothing there. If you say to kick that chair over next to you, it'll kick it over. Is that right? Doesn't matter where it makes sense or not. If you want to kick it over, you can kick it over. Correct? So this is one unit. Were you here early this morning?
I've been here, but I think I came around the circle and got lost.
Okay. We had a little drawing like so, with spirit here, personality here, and physical body here, right? That's all one unit. But now there's different functions, any more than your stomach can't circulate your blood. But both the organ of heart and stomach's kind of essential to getting along. Is that right? They're both necessary. So one is an aspect and another one is a different aspect. So this is an aspect to determining what? Let's see if that'll make it easy. And spirit determines how. So now let's say that there is a partnership. That's one unit then, right? The partnership. That's an artificial person, so to speak, right? And we'll say you determine what, and you have a partner who can take care of all the house to carry it out. So let's say that you went and sold the merchandise and your partner filled the orders. Okay? Now, either one of you couldn't function without the other. Is that right? So is one more important than the other, or is it just a different aspect or a different function? And we as a person look at aspects of a person. I see her head up there, but her head's not separate from the rest of it because you can't pick it up and walk off with it. You take the rest of it along with you, right? So we have aspects instead of parts. So spirit is not a part. Personality is not a part. Body is not a part. And if you want to go down through the body, why you could take heart's not a part. It's a unit, the whole bit. Without it, you're kind of in bad shape. And so on down the line. So this is all one unit, but it has different organs or aspects in it which does different things. So personality is a different organ than spirit. Body is a different organ than spirit or personality. But they all work as one because it is one, and we only divide it up in saying these for purposes of our language so we can talk about a unit. Does that help answer that all right, sweetie?
Yeah, what and how does it?
Yeah, what and how. That's the main thing. Personality takes care of what, and spirit takes care of the how. Personality says, I'm going to have a ham sandwich. Spirit turns the ham sandwich into flesh and blood, which the personality could not, under any stretch of imagination, do. And we've never seen spirit wander into a restaurant and order a ham sandwich. Have you? Been around them a lot. Run a few of them myself. Never did see that. Okay. Thank you for that question. Donna.
Does spirit ever guide the awareness into the thoughts of it?
I couldn't answer that, but I don't think so. I don't think so. I think it is the responsibility of the unit, which spirit knows how to do it, but the personality has to come up with the what. I want to be conscious. And then spirit knows how to help bring it about, okay? But I don't think spirit ever strove with anybody in the wee hours of the night to get them to be more conscious, no matter how conditioned they were. I don't think so until there's a little spark of awareness get in and says, wait a minute, this is all screwed up and I've got to get it straightened out a little bit, okay? Now, when there is a desire to do it, spirit knows how to do it like it does everything else. Where do you think all this material came from? Spirit supplied it. But only because there was a request by action upon it to begin with. So we look again at the what and the how. Awareness has to come up that the what is purpose of getting anywhere, or the way to get anywhere, is to be more conscious. When you have that, why, you've got something cooking. Now, if you think that the way to get it is to get more money, why, Spirit will work on that one.
Okay, so that if the awareness says the what of it is I want to be conscious, then the Spirit will
begin to work on that, because you run into things to do it. It knows the how, but it's not going to do it altogether. It's going to put out there and work with and not for, okay? It's not a slave. But it begins to work on it. Like if you're hungry, you go get something to eat, and you determine, the personality decides what it is you're going to eat, and X does the eating of it, and the converting it into flesh and blood and human energy and so forth, right? Okay? But it's not going to do it all. He still wondered. I haven't answered it, because I don't know. But I left it with him. I told him to figure it out. I saw him about a year and a half ago, and that was about 15 years ago, and he still wondered about it. Okay, next comment. Got more of them, Donna? That? Okay. There's a certain amount of what or how comes along with you when you determine the personality aspect of the being determines the what. Then there's going to be some never work with you. But if you don't ever come up with the what, it's not going to poke you and say this is what you should do. Yes, sir. I'll be back there in a minute.
We've been talking about, or what I feel as though we've been talking about is our individual selves. Do you think that there is the same questions can be applied to the group?
Oh, I would imagine that there is probably only one spirit, and Jillian's the manifestations of it. So most things that goes on do go groups. So let's say that instead of one person, which we drew the person here, we got a whole bunch of them. There's all kinds of different bodies along here. We can look around and see that, right? Here's a physical body. There's all kinds of personalities. They're all out here. And you can see those, right? This is the personality line. And up here's spirit, and it's all the same one, probably. I don't know how to answer that, because we'll have to wait and see. Yes, things work in groups, and same as does an individual, but most thing is done by individuals. All origination is done by individuals. Committees only screw it up. If you want things really screwed up, form a committee. They can get it done in a hurry. Now, if you have an individual do it, somebody's responsible. But in a committee, nobody bears the ultimate responsibility, so they start fluffing it off. And if you try to put responsibility, they refer the question to further study. And they appoint another subcommittee to make a study of it and report back in a year. Things like that, you know. Real simple. Yes, sir.
Would you differentiate the false personality and the personality? If I understand the way you're using the personality.
That's a woke up one now. Okay, we'll put the false one over here again. We had it this morning. The false personality is the one that this kid we talked about got drug in here in the middle of the night and to the party and didn't know what was going on. So he experienced some discomfort. So he decided that the whole purpose of living was to be non-disturbed. And if you want to look, most people have that as their prime purpose all the time. Is that right? And then he decided ways to get it. The way to get what you want when you're an infant is cry. Is that right? That's complaining. So if we complain, well, a lot of people never grew any further. Every time they want their way, they complain, which makes it about the last way you have to get your way today is by complaining. All right? If you bitch and complain, nobody wants to give you your way. Is that correct? The next one is we decide to stick up for our rights. That's when we get belligerent, you know. Little kids stick up for their rights. It's mine. An awful lot of people are sticking up for their rights all the time. And if you stop to look at it, you don't have a right one. you were pulled in here in the middle of the night and wasn't even intended to have been invited if the real ones would have come. You would never got a chance anyway. So you have no rights, but we've been granted innumerable privileges through the years, right? But we don't ever think of somebody's privileges. We think of rights. Huh? So I have a right to do this, and I have a right to do that, and so on down the line, which means I want it, so therefore it's my right. And then, of course, there is the blamer that says I'm not responsible, everybody's doing this to me or something else. So that's one half of the way to get non-disturbed. The other side is that you got to please everybody, so you got to be a pleaser. People say things like, I don't ever get to do anything I want to do. I just have to won't do what he wants to do. You ever hear that one? Probably many times. And then, of course, the next one is believe and do as you're told by your authority. You were told as a little kid, do what the school teacher says, do what the policeman says, do what the preacher says. You had to believe all these people because somebody stood up and said so. Is that right? And then they told you better improve yourself or you're going to really get in trouble. So I don't know how to improve myself, but they wanted us to improve our behavior, which meant please them all the time. So now that makes up the false personality. But it delivers the information here. As we said, that was the fifth columnist that was in the intelligence corps when we were talking on from the wise general, the intelligence corps in the army, the troops. Huh? So here is the false, or the fifth column in here, pushing information in here, and X always does the appropriate thing for the information it receives. The wise general issues the orders, contingent upon the words he received from his intelligence corps. So there's the false personality. We said it can be gotten rid of when we begin to ask proper questions and begin to act out roles instead of performing blindly like this says to do. So that's the false personality. We're talking about developing a real one. Is that all right?
Yeah. Is it what develops your ability to play the piano, or is that?
No, that's practice again, playing the role. Develops your ability to play the piano. You played the role, you sit down there without knowing one note from another, and somebody tells you, and so you begin to act like you're a pianist already. You sit in front of it. Try to learn it in the classroom without a piano, and you'll never learn it. Is that right? So this is practice. We got across something that was going in. This false personality is not all of it. You got a little spark of awareness left. And that's what we want to bring back and develop it to all the things. Okay? We all have a little bit of awareness. Have you ever been where there was catastrophe? Like an earthquake or fires or floods and all these things? Do you notice people act sensible while that's going on? And the day it gets over with, they start fighting again. Do you ever notice that? When there's a real emergency, they all behave just perfectly. Because there is a little spark of awareness and nobody's sticking up for their rights or trying to have their way or anything. Here's a real emergency. You see people start performing like troopers every minute, right? Ever been caught in one? Everybody goes there and goes to work, and they don't say how much is it, don't write you any bill or anything. They just get with it and do it. Because that's a little bit of real personality is there that hasn't been totally taken over by the evil forces over here. Okay? Answer your question all right? Okay. Next question? Yes, ma'am.
So where do ideas come from in this realm? Do they come from personality and then spirit or whatever fills them?
Oh, ideas come from suggestion of 1,000 ways, and sometimes you originate one on your own. Most of them come from suggestion, don't they? You get an idea to buy a new Cadillac because it was kind of suggested to you, and a lot of ideas come that way, and every once in a while you have a real idea. Not very many unless they're kind of hinted at by somebody. So there's a million false ideas, and there's a few real ones. A million false ones, though.
What I'm thinking about, like when I go into meditation and an idea comes to me, or I come to an idea.
Something like that.
In my personality already, or is
Oh, it's out there floating around and you caught it. Give me a for instance of one, just one idea that you run into. Huh? Oh, well. In case you run into one, write it down and let me know about it, okay? I'd like to hear about it, because only by knowing the nature of it can you know where it came from.
How about if you were experiencing a sickness and in a prayer or when you're just looking out at something pretty and the idea came, you're whole and healthy?
Well, I've heard people say that obviously weren't. Yeah. I've seen people do that and finish up by conking out in a few hours. I've seen people do it and to change their mind and decide to feel pretty good. Where the idea came from doesn't matter. It was always around. Since you were a little feller, you have heard some teaching and said we're all in pretty good shape. Is that right? Ever since you had it. So it really just dredged up a memory.
Where does this come from?
Where does what come from?
The idea.
Down here? Where did it come from? Thousands of years ago. Who started them? I have no way of knowing. I have no right. It's been around for thousands of years. It was kept as a very covered up secret group for a long time, and that they taught only by teaching stories obliquely, etc. I said only in the last 6 years, as it then said, put it out. It's been around for a long time. I don't know. I don't know the origin. It's like, well, what is the origin of planet Earth? I don't know. I've read a little appropriate story, but it's here. That's the main thing I can see. It's here and can be used. As far as ideas concerned, there's millions of ideas floating around. Most of them, if you allow yourself to get very quiet, you'll dredge one up out of the back of your head somewhere that you had heard a long time ago, and now you remember it. You know, we've all been exposed to words in Scripture and words in various and sundry philosophies and so forth. And if you got quiet, you're liable to remember one of those.
Might wake up.
You might remember that one, you know, is some little cell back there that had that information. It said, boop, it fired. And there it is.
When I want to be conscious and I'm giving the what, the how, there's absolutely no guarantee that it might be uncomfortable.
That's more than likely it will be uncomfortable. Right. There'll be a little discomfort in this world. I've never seen any human that got through this world that didn't have a little discomfort now and then. Is that right? That has nothing to do with it. We're all going to have comfort, and we're going to have pleasures, and we're going to have people like us, and we're going to have people who dislike us, and we're going to have a little discomfort, we're going to have a little pain. That has nothing to do with the subject at all. This is where the conditioning got off and made that all important, and it's really not, so what? So I'm feeling rough one day, and I wake up the next morning and feel fantastic, and I didn't meditate, or I didn't pray about it, or I didn't take a pill, or I didn't do a thing in the world. That's the way it is, huh? Didn't do anything. It just, did you ever feel rough one day and feel fine the next day? Didn't do a darn thing about it. That's it. Usually when I could care less about how I feel is when you feel the best. The biggest bar to being happy is trying to be happy. If you're trying to be happy, that's the biggest bar to happiness there is. Now, I would rather say something like, am I contented? I like everything just like it is, including the whole system of discomfort, pleasure, comfort, discomfort, attention. Yeah, I like to get attention. I also like to be ignored by certain people. Don't you? So you see that we look at these things and set them up as being so almighty, and they don't really matter or anything. So the quicker we see that, what reason have I got to try to be happy? I'm breathing, I'm feeling fairly good, I've got food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. I have interesting things to do, interesting people around. delightful companions and all this. So what in the world have I got to bitch about? Now, when I see that it really isn't, nothing's important there, you might be happy. But anyways, I will tell you one thing. You may not be happy, but you wouldn't trade places with anybody. But as long as you're struggling to be happy, you're checking up all the time, and sure enough, you find a fly in the ointment somewhere, and that takes it apart. So we're not talking about trying to be happy or anything. We're talking about being conscious. And if we're conscious, we're not making any of these things important. And we are playing roles that develop consciousness, and pretty soon you haven't got anything to complain about, okay? That's for sure. That help answer that all right? Huh? Now, where ideas come from, most of them have already been here. And I think we just put something away in the attic, and then a few years later it's dredged up, and then we found it. Or it was new. Somebody comes up and makes a helicopter. But did he think of the helicopter, or did old Leonardo da Vinci draw a perfect helicopter? The only thing, the guy didn't have an engine. Nobody got around to making him an engine he could install in there. If he did, he'd have that thing flying. So he didn't probably invent it either. He got it from somewhere else. But he had to wait until somebody made an engine before he could get the thing going. He had it made a long time. He had that helicopter a long time ago. I don't know where ideas come from. I don't credit it. I know that certain people who want to feel important say, well, I was sitting and God put it in my mind. Or the idea came to me out of the blue. Whatever that may mean. You got on a blue shirt? Maybe that's where it came from. Huh? Suppose that's where it came from? Might come out of that. The other words, they want to appear that they're very favored people and that some great powers up here is making something very special out of them. And so they have all these things. They couldn't just say, well, I woke up one morning and decided I'd cook beans for dinner tonight. They couldn't come up with something like that. They'd say you have to have that the Lord told me to cook these pinto beans today, but to be sure and put a little pork in them and so forth. And on and on and on. It's a way to feel important. It's a way to say, I'm a big wheel. God's sitting here telling me all sorts of things all the time. Yes? How's grace? Well, grace means a blessing, I think, doesn't it? I think anybody is blessed very decidedly that the moment they do anything consciously. And any time you're around somebody that's conscious, even a little bit, you will feel nice because that consciousness radiates and you are blessed by it. That help answer your question? In the Orient, that word is called baraka instead of grace. And it means exactly the same thing. We are working at the present time on a group of people, not me, just involved in it a wee bit, and making a movie called Baraka, which will attempt to show in visual activity and so forth how blessing works. Have you ever walked down the street and suddenly had a real good feeling? You had Baraka or grace from somebody. You may not even know who it was. Have you ever walked down the street and suddenly felt very low and depressed and miserable? Somebody gave you the opposite end of that show. Somebody just walking by. They didn't intend to give it to you. They just radiate the stuff. It's around them everywhere as you go. They carry a little black cloud over them. It used to be a cartoon with a little guy with a black cloud over his head. That's him. Then there's another one goes around and it's got a little circle, a little halo around the head. One dishes out blessing and the other one dishes out misery. They're all over the street. Now, thank goodness most of us can insulate ourselves a little bit for that, because I know a few people that are so sensitive to that they can't walk down the street without being miserable. I like to wear a little suit of armor. I don't want to pick up all that junk out there. I might miss a few good ones, but I'll miss a lot more of the other kind, so I'd rather wear my armor down the street. Okay? Yes, ma'am. What's my armor? Knowing what I am. Okay? I know what I am, and that keeps all that stuff off of me. If I just forget what I am, then it'll hit me. I don't have my armor on. I went out without it, and I'd rather not go down the street without my armor on. Because you'll have to pick up a lot of miserable stuff to bring home with you. Probably so. I don't know. I never used any other, but there's more like the others. Probably. I prefer to use one that's very handy. I know what I am. Does that answer your question all right? Okay? Yes, sir. Okay. When we accept things, is that what you're saying? We feel that's a necessity or something else, and we accept people as they are. That's putting me on the back that I'm a big guy and accepting them. Agape is that I see that what they're doing is that everything they're doing, they feel it's right, proper, justifiable with what light they have. And that's what I use, and so I don't need tolerance and so forth anymore. I've replaced it with love. And so instead of just accepting something, you see reality or understanding. You're conscious of their actions and their motives, and you're not patting yourself on the back, well, aren't I a good guy that I accept this jerk for what all he does, and I'm still accepting him. Does that help answer that all right? Change from the way you see it. It doesn't change anything else out there. It changes where they're the way I perceive. I perceive I'm a good guy. I accept these people. Even though it takes a great man to be able to accept this person here. Okay? And the other one is I say, well, fine, they are wonderful just like they are. And, the greatest day you come along is when you look at this world and say, well, it's very wonderfully put together. This big party is doing fine. If I'd have designed it myself, I could have done better. So I don't need to change a thing in the world. That's the day we in struggle, conflict, and resistance. Now we can go merrily on our way playing our appropriate roles that we choose, not somebody else gives me, and you develop in conscience in a big hurry. I don't know of anything that needs to be changed today. Do you?
No. Nothing.
You've got some things you'd like to have changed. Is that it? No, and they don't even need it. It doesn't matter. It well fits into the scheme of this big party. Okay? Okay? Yes, Marcy.
You said that 6 years ago they decided to lay out flat.
I said it was considered that it was time to lay out the stuff without bothering with putting it, hiding it in stories or covering it up or making allegories out of it, and et cetera. Okay?
Okay, my question is, did some personalities decide that? Or did
Oh, yeah.
make that decision?
Huh?
Did the Spirit make that decision, or did the...
Some personalities that are pretty well, that are understand what they're doing.
Okay.
Some conscious people that looks like you and me and the rest of us said, wait a minute, we got this material, and it's so needed in the world we can no longer bury the dog deeper, so to speak. And that used to be one of the phrases they used. Well, bury the dog deeper. So keep it so the person really had to dig to get it. And they decided that material was so urgent for people to have now that we could just lay it out and see what people would do with it. And no longer felt any duty to make them work for it. Okay? No, I've been rested. I'm going to start one pretty soonly. One different from everything that's been run. I'm going to start one. I've been goofing off from the ordinary day's work, kind of generate a little energy, and I'm going to start a school. And schools are run different now than they used to be. But we'll have one for long.
Will that be in your newsletter?
I probably be a reference to it, yeah. Probably be a little reference to it and says it's doors open. If you get invited, well, come on over. Okay? And it probably won't be in Arizona. Huh? Oh, yeah, come to the party. But it will be a party. Okay? Okay. Think everything had been covered that could be covered? You all right back there, huh? Where does sex come in? I don't know that it comes in, but sex is a necessary function of the human race if we're going to have the human race continue. at the rate it's going. There seems to be enough of them around. But who knows how many less will be here another year from now. So I think we better keep it in activity. It is a normal function, but when it's taken and made important, it gets all out of kilter like everything else. As long as it's something that function like every other beautiful function we have and keep it that way, then it fits in good. But if you try to make it all important, you screw up, okay? It's nice stuff. I think it's here to stay, honey. Is that all right? Just don't make it important. Enjoy, but don't make it important. It'll take care of itself pretty well, I think. Okay? I think in spite of all our intentions to put it out of your head and all that, I've known celibate monks, and they're supposed to not think about sex and everything, but I found out they don't think of anything else. When it's quite free and it's all right and you haven't made it important, you only think of it on occasion, okay? Then it's worthwhile thinking about. Okay? Another question, comment? Well, go.
Does the answer to these questions clear the four dual basic urges?
Why does the four dual basic urges?
No, I say that the answer to these questions clear up those.
Oh, that knocks all that stuff out. Yeah, if you get conscious, you see what a joke that was. Who wants the four dual basic urges? You'd be like you wouldn't have nothing. If you wanted to be totally non-disturbed, the best thing to do is make you unconscious. Is that right? Good. So you see, the usual purpose that everybody's working in is what these folks were drug in from they brought to the party in the middle of the night. They all wanting to go back where they were, unconscious. Usually takes them from up to 70 years to achieve it. What's the whole lot of difference would be in your mind between being unborn and dead? I think it is. You're not there. Is that right? So, you see, when somebody wants to be non-disturbed, they're wanting to be what? Dead. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
A long time ago, a few hours back.
Yeah, that was a long time ago, honey. Yeah, only 6. Yeah. What are the 6 symptoms? Well, you've probably had them all. Pain, soreness, shortness of breath, tiredness or fatigue, and tingling and itching. You ever watch and see that everybody itches all the time? You watch people on television, very dignified people. And you watch monkeys, and they're doing the same thing. The only thing monkeys are a little better, they have another monkey there scratching them. You ever feel full or swollen? Well, what happens to duplicate there? I throwed in pain. Soreness is a duplicate, so knock off soreness. That's just a degree of pain. You ever feel full or swollen? Yeah, you've had pain. You've had all the rest of them there. Is that right? Have you ever had anything else besides the diagnosis? Now, if you put those in a certain place, you get one diagnosis. You put them over somewhere else, you get another one. Is that right? If you got all those in the foot, you got one diagnosis. If you got them in your belly, you got another one. And it'll be much more expensive. Because they can put in there and do a little wildcatting and see what's going on. Okay. Folks, I have enjoyed being here as always. Very happy. Thank you for your questions and comments. And it's indeed been a pleasure to share with you some little something that I think you can use. Thank you.